Testing audio, testing audio. Let me get some emojis in the chat if you guys can see me and hear me on all platforms. Just getting started. Can you guys hear me? Testing audio. Let me make sure I'm visible on all platforms before we get started. Got my notes. All right, looks like I'm good on YouTube. Hi, my shiny, beautiful, awesome following. How about on Twitch? Can you guys send some emojis? Give me some thumbs up. Let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me, so we can get this stream started. Okay, all right. Looks like we are almost ready to get started. Let me just take a peek myself. Yes. Hi. Welcome. Hi. Yes. Thank you. Audio's good on all platforms. You can hear me? All right. Okay, well, hello everyone. Welcome to my sparkly corner of the internet. I'm Shine, and this is Divine Shine Tarot with another celebrity reading live stream. These are my first readings of the new year, so let me wish you all a happy new year. And do you know what today is? It's my Shine-iversary. It's my Shine-iversary. Today is exactly 1 year from when I started this channel, and I actually have on some special jewelry that I ordered when I first started it. I don't know if you can see it. Let me change my view here. This is an ametrine stone, and I ordered it when I first started this channel for all of the nice benefits and properties. Let me see if I can show you guys. Ooh, leveling up the technology. So the ametrine stone has all of these great properties because it's combining amethyst with citrine. So we get the calming, the spiritual, the clarity, the protection, the abundance, the positive energy and confidence combined into one, making this ametrine stone really special to me. And I thought that it was appropriate to, oh, you can't see it. Go back to this. Really special to me, and I thought it was a good time to wear it again to celebrate my Shine-iversary, my 1 year anniversary, which is why I'm all dolled up for you guys. So I have a lot to celebrate. I am so proud of all that I have accomplished so far with this channel. I've overcome many hurdles and obstacles and continue to work through them, especially technical difficulties. And as hard as it's been, as many times as I've considered giving up, I'm still here, I'm persevering, and I'm so grateful for all of you that have joined me in this journey of developing and sharing my gifts and enjoying this dazzling tarot space that I've created with you all. I'm not monetized as yet, so this is purely a passion project, a labor of love. So it feels great to see my vision coming to life. And I want to say thank you to all of you awesome, illuminated, sparkly, shiny viewers in my community for your support, for your likes and subscribes, for your donations, for bringing me tea to look into. You all excite me, you motivate me, and your great energy and appreciation make it all worth it. So thank you again. I have a lot of fun content that I'm working on sharing with you all this year, including some tutorials, and of course, lots more readings. I hope to bring you another year of entertainment, guidance, laughter, glamour, and radiance. So thank you so much. All right, so with that intro, let's do a quick rundown of who I'm reading tonight. Continuing from where I left off last year, we're looking into a few people in the political world, including the controversial conservative commentator Candace Owens, Erika Kirk, the wife of the late Charlie Kirk, who Candace has recently been in conflict with, a reading on First Lady Melania Trump, segueing into former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who seems to still be going steady with Katy Perry. So maybe we'll slip in a reading about them. Jumping back to the entertainment world, we have a request for a reading on singer-actress Teyana Taylor, boxer Anthony Joshua, and actor Jamie Foxx. There's a question about a secret relationship between Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas, and a request to follow up with a reading on Ariana Grande, which I'll get to if time permits. Whatever I can't get to tonight, I will roll over to my next stream, since these readings require a lot of my energy. And for those of you that are familiar with my tarot streams, you know I cover a lot. I give you my all, and then I get drained. So it's best for me to recharge and return with more when I can give you my best. For those that will watch the replay, timestamps will be down below to jump ahead. And you can always watch this in 2x speed if you want to enjoy the whole stream faster. Remember, on lives, I try to just do brief readings, not deep dives, since we cover so many different celebrity readings at once. If you enjoy anything about my content, consider booking a reading or sending a donation, where you can also attach a request or suggestion for a pop culture reading you'd like to see me do. But the best support is free, so hit that like button and subscribe so that I could continue sharing these celebrity and horoscope readings with you. Okay, now let's get started with the readings. I will give background before each reading while I shuffle for me to connect with the energy of each person and also to give you some context. Just remember, these readings are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So I had a different order of readings planned for this stream, since I'm picking up from where I left off on the last stream, resuming with some political themed readings. But after recent global events, I had to bump this up because yo nací en esta ribera del Arauca vibrador. Soy hermana de las pumas, de las garzas, de las rosas. Soy hermana de las pumas, de las garzas, de las rosas. Y del sol, y del sol. We have seen a global shift within the past 24 hours for those of you that are living under a rock. The USA, under Donald Trump's orders, the military of the USA entered Venezuela and attacked the country in the middle of the night. There was a full moon, by the way, capturing the dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife. For those of you unfamiliar, I'm going to give a brief background and some context on Venezuela. Yes, hello, hi, Naomi, welcome. We're just getting started on these celebrity readings. Personal readings, you can follow or subscribe to tune in when I'm doing a personal reading live stream, or click the link in bio for you to request a private reading. All right, so I'm not going to look at the chat so that I can get through, but I'll check in with the chat later. So let me start this intro again. And for those of you just joining, I'm all glamorous for you because this is my 1-year anniversary of starting this channel, my SHINE-IVERSARY. So that's why I'm giving so much flair, glamour, color, and shine. All right, taking it from the top. Within the past 24 hours, the U.S. military, under the orders of current President Donald Trump, attacked Venezuela in the middle of last night, capturing dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Venezuela, a country in South America, elected at the time, populist named Chavez to the presidency, and he ended up changing this is such news that has happened so quickly within recent history, and Venezolanos have been caught up in the emotions of seeing something that we never thought would happen in recent history, the taking down or bringing down the end of the dictatorship that has ruined the country, what was a very beautiful country. And I am trying to give you all a concise history while trying to be accurate, while full of emotions, while excited about getting into these readings. So please forgive me if I am repeating myself. I'm going to edit this all out when I prepare my my video version. So let me just one more time revisit what I was trying to say. So yes, taking from the top. So in 1999, Venezuela elected Hugo Chavez, who was a populist. He was very charming. He sold this dream to the pueblo. He basically was making the poor or average Venezuelan feel like, well, I'm the leader that's going to empower us. We're going to take over our industries, our commerce. And at the time, Venezuela had ExxonMobil managing the oil supply. That was one of the major industries of upholding the economy of Venezuela at the time. So he was appealing to the average Venezuelan with this whole dream and idea of we are going to take ownership of our own industry and strengthen our economy, blah, blah, blah. But really what he was doing was changing the constitution, removing checks and balances in government for him to be able to stay in power like a dictator, which he did with concurrent elections, perhaps being stolen. He was able to win them. But when he passed away in 2013, I believe from some form of cancer that was never announced, his successor was Nicolas Maduro. So Hugo Chavez passed away, Nicolas Maduro took office, and we have had Nicolas Maduro as the president of Venezuela ever since. But he continued with the Chavismo, or the dictatorship ways of his predecessor, or the previous president, Hugo Chavez, and the country was very much deteriorated in terms of the economy, the living conditions. Venezuela became a humanitarian disaster. People that were in opposition of the dictatorship, or even as simple as just maybe having a brush up with someone that works in the government, they would be jailed, they would be tortured, they would be murdered. Anyone that poses any opposition or protest to what was going on in the country. The country was also often silenced in terms of the access to the internet being limited, access to electricity. Many times the country, because of poor infrastructure, but also because of the government, they would go without electricity and access to the world. These days, the internet is our window to the world and sharing and exchanging with those news. So it was unfortunate to see such a beautiful country become devastated because of the rise of violence. All this crime created insecurity, instability, desperation, and along with all of the violence and awful things that were happening in the country, the corruption of the government would do things like release criminals from other countries like Cuba, like Russia, like Iran, who also have similar government approaches in terms of communism and authoritarian dictatorships. Criminals from other countries would be given Venezuelan passports and commit crimes under the guise of being Venezuelans to take advantage of whatever access the passport would give. And that's why when you hear a lot of times the stereotype, or the, what would be the word for that? When you hear of this Venezuelan drug cartel, the Tren de Aragua, and all of the crime, the Venezuelan crime, a lot of times it's not even real Venezuelans committing that. It's just whoever was aligned with the government and the corruption and benefited from that, of course. Those are, unfortunately, the people that have given Venezuelans a bad name. But the conditions led to a Venezuelan exodus where in the past 8 years, roughly 8 million Venezuelans emigrated out of the country, seeking refuge and better living conditions in other countries. And it's been a really terrible displacement crisis. So because of this, now that Nicolas Maduro has been captured, and it was in a matter of hours from the time that Venezuelans heard about the country being attacked to the time that we heard that he was captured. This was shocking. This was something that most Venezuelans were in disbelief. A lot of people, Venezuelans, did not think we would see this in our lifetime, because when you look at another place like Cuba, their dictatorship with the Castros, they're still intact in terms of they have not changed, they have not returned to a sovereign democratic country. So to see it happen in our lifetimes in Venezuela, to see the end of a 26-year dictatorship, it was overwhelming, to say the least. So now Venezuelans are in the mode of celebration, overjoyed, because we are witnessing the end of a dictatorship regime, the Chavismo, under the Chavez Maduro authoritarian, corrupt regime and government. So the hope of Venezuelans is that the U.S. involvement can help restore democracy, civilization, and economy, although there are concerns that what the U.S. did may have been illegal, in terms of Donald Trump may have issued the orders for the military to enter this country and capture the president without the Congress approving of that. And many question, what does this mean for the rest of the world if the US or any superpowers of the world can just enter on other countries and sort of bully them, take over? And many are concerned, is this another form of imperialism? Are we just going to start strong arming other weaker, smaller, underdeveloped countries? What about all of the riches and resources that Venezuela has? Because Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, but also the land is very rich in many natural resources. It's a very biodiverse land, including some of the Amazon rainforest. So the trade-off is, while Venezuelans are very grateful and overjoyed to see the removal of the head of the dictatorship, the compromise is somewhat of a lesser of two evils, because now, instead of the corrupt regime managing and exploiting the country's resources, now we're going to have a foreign power, the US government, managing and exploiting the resources, since Trump announced this morning or yesterday that the US will be running Venezuela until they get things under control and find an appropriate leader, which some assume they might get the Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado to assume power, since she won a previous election, but she had to flee the country because the dictatorship under Maduro was threatening her, and Machado announced that she had gone into hiding, citing fears for her life and freedom under the Maduro government. So with all of that, we are set up for our first reading of the night, since someone had previously asked me what's to come for President Donald Trump in this next year. But we're going to actually drill it down even further and be a little more specific with this current news. Be a little more specific to this current news in asking, after this attack in Venezuela, the taking down of the dictatorship via the capture of Nicolas Maduro and the assumed occupation of the US in Venezuela, will this benefit the people of Venezuela, or will this just be colonialism that will further exploit and pillage the nation? Could this be another Afghanistan in terms of it being a very difficult and complex mission? Because in Afghanistan, the US was unsuccessful in their nation building efforts, where they had intended to reestablish democracy, develop infrastructure, train security forces, many of the things that it is assumed they will be trying to do in Venezuela. But there were many difficulties that they faced in doing that, and a lot of resources and bloodshed was lost in that process. So we'll take a look at the cards to see qué es lo que viene para Venezuela. What is to come with this new occupation of the US in Venezuela, or soon to be occupation. For now, it was just a military mission, but as I said in the background, President Trump has announced that he plans to have the U.S. run Venezuela in the interim until they select a new leader. Part of the argument also is that the way the Venezuelan constitution is currently set up, it's assumed that the vice president will be next in power, but we don't even know if the vice president is still in the country. So let's have a look at the cards and see what they say. Spirit, will this benefit the people of Venezuela, or will this just be more exploitation? Let's see. Oh, wow. So the first card we have here is the Six of Pentacles, indicating this will be an even exchange, or an exchange between the more abundant party, which in this case, it is the US. The strong power and government of the US is going to give charity or assistance to the Venezuelans that are in need. So this is a great card to start this reading with. There's going to be an exchange of resources, we can say more generally. Yeah, look at that. Page of Pentacles. So this is someone that is, this is the young start of something to do with the economy. Because when we see the Page of Pentacles, this is someone getting started on either a new job, a new creative idea, something that is something that they will be stepping their skills up in order to establish some level of excellence or expertise in whatever it is that they're building and developing. So this Page of Pentacles indicates getting started on developing something, and this also indicates that there is a level of diligence and dedication behind wanting to execute this properly. So this is once again another really great card to start this reading. Ooh, okay. But then we have this Six of Wands, and this indicates false success. Let me just make sure. I'm drowning in cotton candy over here. This indicates false success. Can you guys see the card? There we go. This Six of Wands indicates false success. So things may not be as they seem. There may be a sense of keeping appearances that on the surface things will look good, but behind the engine there may be some issues, some trouble, some things that are less than ideal. But this also indicates that the public image or the public opinion of how this unfolds and how this will be managed is important to those parties involved. And it will remain to be seen how the truth is uncovered in terms of when the image and the brand catches up with the truth. So I will take that to indicate that while the US may report that things are going well, there may be some things that the Venezuelans come to learn of or come to experience that are not ideal, that they may be complaining about, but it may not get as much press and publicity as the narrative that the US may put out there, that everything's going great. So that's to be expected, I suppose, because President Trump likes to toot his own horn and make everything great again. So let's see. Next card. Wow. The Chariot. So this indicates that there is a lot of determination and power behind these changes. This government that will be coming into Venezuela to take over with whatever motives they have, which we know for the most part it's going to be economical, wanting to take advantage of the oil and whatever other resources. The determination is there, and while this could work against Venezuela at the moment, since this card is upright, this indicates it actually will be good because things may get on track faster than normal in terms of the country may get under control in terms of being civilized. The Chariot card indicates that one has direction and is under control, has everything under control. So all of this determination to get things done in Venezuela, para desarrollar el gobierno nuevo, la democracia, there is a lot of motivation and determination to develop and improve Venezuela, or at least to meet their goals of the US to benefit from Venezuela's resources. So far we're starting off with really decent cards in this reading. Let me see what comes afterwards. Wow. 3 of Swords in reverse. This indicates healing. This indicates forgiveness, recovery. Excellent cards to come out in this reading. For those of you just joining me, we're doing a reading on, will the occupation of the United States in Venezuela benefit the people, or will this just be neocolonialism? Will this be exploitation, further exploitation of the Venezuelan people and the land? Will they pillage the nation, or could the country finally come out into a new and better era? And so far, the cards indicate that yes, Venezuela will be better off now that the US is taking control, even if temporarily. They will benefit from the economy and the infrastructure that the United States is determined to build. This is a fresh start. And again, there is a lot of diligence and a desire to get things done right with this idea of skill development that we see with the Page of Pentacles. It may not all be as it seems or as they report with this 6 of Wands in reverse, but behind the scenes, if those that follow Venezuela media or the locals that will be sharing their side of the story, we may be able to uncover the truth of how things are going. Ultimately, this will be the beginning of a healing era for Venezuela, which is amazing news. Really great cards so far in this reading. Ooh, but there will be some disappointment with this 5 of Cups. So this could be that something in the plan doesn't go as expected. This disappointment, this grief, this loss, or even this could also mean a sense of abandonment. So maybe after the US government gets what they want out of this or takes what they need, maybe they might abandon Venezuela, and Venezuela will be left in a situation to have to rebuild on their own all over again. But it seems like there will at least in the beginning be some benefits that the country itself can continue to build off of, so that this disappointment doesn't devastate the country again. Let's see. Wow, another really great card. We get the 2 of Wands. So this indicates planning and preparation. When the world is one's oyster, which I would take this to represent the US with all of their power and all of their resources and abilities, they're able to plan, prepare to make things better, to do a good job, as we saw with this Page of Pentacles and the Chariot card. But this could also mean that perhaps the US has their eyes on a bigger plan, a global plan. Maybe this occupation of Venezuela will just be the beginning of a bigger plan, the start of something else that they plan to do in the world, uniting certain nations or using the power of certain nations against others. So this is actually a bittersweet card, because Venezuela seems to just be the first step in a bigger plan, according to these cards thus far. And just a reminder for those of you just joining, these cards are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So finally we have, the Queen of Wands. So this is the energy of someone that is very demanding and aggressive. This could even be someone that is jealous and insecure. So we're going to take it away from the idea of it being a person and consider this the energy of either the leadership of the United States or the United States in general. the demanding and aggressive portion of what this card is trying to communicate may be part of what contributes to this disappointment, because the Venezuelans may not get as much out of it as they hope, but they will still benefit to some extent. It's just that when they realize, or many of them already perhaps assume this, but once they see that it is part of a bigger plan and that this is about someone or some power in the world being aggressive, and that creates insecurity in Venezuela, meaning while Venezuela may have the power of the US behind it, it still may not be developed to the point where it is able to stand on its own as its own first world nation with all of the powers that a first world nation like the US, like Great Britain, like Japan would have. So all in all, I'm actually pleasantly surprised with the cards that I've seen here. We're basically taking the good with the bad, as it's to be expected. But this Two of Wands indicates that there's actually more to come. The US may be setting up for a bigger play, some global world plan, that they're actually using Venezuela as a puzzle piece to that, something to do with using Venezuela for their own economy boost. Getting the resources of the oil supply is a significant assistance to the power and economy of the US. And also because the dictatorship of Venezuela had allies in other nations, such as China, such as Russia, such as Iran, this may be a plan to create a disturbance to that connection and maybe use Venezuela against them, or use these resources to set up against those other countries. But we will do another reading when the time comes to see what's to come next after that. All in all, these are very positive cards for what's to come for Venezuela, and very much needed positivity for a very beautiful country. Qué emoción, Venezuela. Que viva Venezuela, libertad, qué bueno. All right, so let's change the energy. I was very nervous doing this reading, and when dealing with the energy of a whole country, I mean, I guess that's to be expected. I've never done a reading on that level of grandeur, of importance, I guess, in terms of like usually dealing with the energy of a person is a lot more manageable than the energy of a whole country. So I want to conclude by saying the Venezuelans, as I said in the beginning, are overjoyed, because while the US is imperfect, it's the lesser of two evils. Maduro and dictatorship regime, the Chavismo, that has ruined the country, the beautiful country of Venezuela, after 26 years, has finally been removed. And that is something to celebrate, because there are a lot of dictatorships in the world that still persist and have not been impacted the way we're able to see Venezuela in a lifetime step into a new era. And based on the cards that we just saw, it looks like that new era will be positive. So felicitaciones a todos los venezolanos en el mundo, a todos los chamos que vean esto. Felicitaciones. All right, let's change the energy. What else did I have here? So since we are on the topic of the Trumps, let's throw out a few cards for POTUS Trump, President Trump. Spirit, can you give me a few cards to let me know what is to come with President Trump in this year? Spirit, there has been a lot of whispers and rumbles about his health. What's to come for President Trump? Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So we have the Judgment card. And so this indicates that there is a calling or a purpose for someone to step into. And that is followed by the Wheel of Fortune reversed, which indicates bad luck, bad fortune. So I would take this to mean that karma is about to catch up with President Trump. Perhaps negative karma, because this card is in reverse. This could indicate fate, destiny, karma, bad luck, bad fortune. And so it seems like these cards are indicating that Donald Trump is meant to face some negative karma within this next year, according to these first few cards. Then we have, whoa, the Emperor reversed. Every time I see the Emperor reversed, I take this to mean the king is falling. The empire is falling. The empire is crumbling. But this could literally be the president is coming to an end in some way. I mean, he still has years left in his presidency, but because there have been whispers about his health, he is 79 at this time. Will he perhaps, God forbid, pass away? Maybe it might be his time. President Trump might pass away this year, according to these cards. And again, for those of you just joining, this is for entertainment only. No facts, no truth, just tarots. I'm just reading what the cards are saying. But so far, based off of these cards, it seems like President Trump will face some negative karma this year, that it's meant to be. And it seems like the end of his presidency, or maybe his existence. The king is falling. The empire is falling. The leader of a nation or an empire is going to fall off and be no more. This could also indicate that someone is ruling with an iron fist. So this could also be that his leadership or his presidency is unfavorable, even if he does continue to remain president. There's something negative associated with his leadership, according to these cards. Okay, but the money with this King of Pentacles, the money and the business and the wealth and the prosperity and the abundance is going to be positive somehow. So interesting. I wonder if this is saying that if Trump is removed, deleted, or somehow no longer president, there will be some financial, economical benefits to that, because since this King of Pentacles card is upright, this indicates that business is going good. This is a very good businessman, leader that is very good at managing wealth and business, someone that attracts abundance and creates prosperity, someone that's is in a position to be very generous and provide. So if Trump is somehow removed, or if this is his time to go to glory, to no longer be on this earth, see this little this angel going to glory, going to the heavens. If his time comes, it seems like that may be a good thing for the economy, or there may be someone that seeks to benefit financially from that. The most positive interpretation of this card would just be that the economy might do better, either because of this or in general. So at least that's a good thing for the United States. But economic ambitions seem to be at the forefront of President Donald Trump's priorities at this time, based off of that King of Pentacles. Then we have the Hanged Man, which indicates surrendering control and sacrificing in order to go with the flow, in order to let external forces, or to let the cards fall as they will. So this could represent a hands-off approach to leadership, letting someone else take the reins. Going back to this King of Pentacles, someone with financial and economical motivation, but also the spiritual element of the Hanged Man is leading me to once again revisit these cards and the idea that perhaps President Trump may be seeing his last days, weeks, months within this year of 2026. This sacrifice, this going to a place for spiritual, taking a step back for spiritual guidance and elevation, leads me to believe that this card is once again reinforcing the idea that President Trump may be seeing his last year of life on this earth plane. Then we have the Queen of Pentacles. Wow, so much money in this reading so far. The Queen of Pentacles. This is someone that may be materialistic. This is what's supposed to be nurturing. Instead, they are suffocating, nagging, smothering, and maybe even a little greedy and selfish. This is also someone that has work-life conflict. So I would, again, take this to represent not just a person, but something to do with the government, the economy under Donald Trump. It may, after seeing some positivity in the economy, there may be a fall because of greed, because of financial corporate greed. There may be some lack of resistance to creating structures to have checks and balances around the corporate greed and the economic powers that be within the US. So I would take this to indicate that President Trump may let corporations, billionaires, the people that have wealth, he will pose no resistance to allowing them to conduct business in a way that is the most profitable for them and ultimately very greedy in terms of what it will do to the economy. So that is not the best to see. Ooh, the World card in reversed. So something that is supposed to come to an end, something is supposed to be completed or accomplished, there are some delays or some missteps that have been taken that are not allowing this to come to a completion. This could be interpreted as many things. This could be that the presidency that Donald Trump holds, the term that he's currently in, does not come to a positive end. This could mean that perhaps they're looking to extend. I know that that was a rumor that at some point there was concern because President Donald Trump was talking about perhaps making some changes to the Constitution, similar to what we just heard about Venezuela. Maybe this could represent his term not coming to an end, an extension of his term, but it could be that it's not literally him retaining control and power. Someone else might step into his position, since the cards were indicating that he would have to step down either by choice or because of some divine intervention in the form of him being sacrificed or going to glory, the spiritual interpretation of that. So we could look at it that way, that the terms of the current power, the Republican powers, may not be coming to an end under President Trump, even if he is taken down or removed from presidency, if he does pass away. We can also look at this as the global relations between the US and the rest of the world may not be too positive. And because of the concerns that many have around what has begun with Venezuela, maybe that is the beginning of other pursuits that the US has, other interests that the US has in going into other countries and taking control, as some worry may be the case. Interesting that we're seeing this card after we just saw the Two of Wands in the reading I just did on Venezuela, that also gave some of that indication that Venezuela may be the first step in a bigger plan for the United States to seek even more control, most likely something to do with economy, but also power. So let's take out one last card here. Ooh, yikes. So this last card is the Seven of Swords. This indicates thievery, theft, betrayal, sabotage, cheating. And after seeing this world card where I was expressing that one of the interpretations could be that there's something about his current term or his party's holding on to power longer than what the usual terms allow. And this idea of maybe cheating to accomplish that is being visualized here with the Seven of Swords. But if we step away from that meaning, take this back to just being global relations and look at this individually, independently, someone might be snaking President Donald Trump somehow. Someone might do him dirty, so to speak. And it's either to come or something that's already happening that he's not aware of yet. Someone might betray President Donald Trump, or there may be some sort of sabotage that happens, especially if his power, his position is up for grabs. So I would leave that there. Wow, no way. Look at all that. We have the Nine of Swords. I was going to leave the reading there, but I'm glad that I kept going. We have the Nine of Swords here, indicating worries, anxieties, insomnia. This is someone that has a lot on their mind, something to be concerned about. And when we see people in bed in the tarot images, sometimes it could also give a bit of a hint about health, mental health, physical health. So perhaps President Donald Trump might be worried about his health, or someone around him, since there did seem to be some other figures that may have something to do with him and his presidency, the future of his presidency. There is a lot of worry around that, around his health in particular, or something to do with this betrayal, this liar, this cheater, this snake here, as either President Trump or maybe the country in general, the government in general, worried. Wow. And we are seeing this Two of Wands again. As I said, this was in the previous reading that I did on what's to come now that the US will be occupying Venezuela. And we're seeing it in reverse now, indicating that things may not go to plan. Things may not go as expected, which is why there is so much worry. And we also see that we have this Two of Wands, indicating that there are some difficult decisions that need to be made. But once they're made, there will be clarity and separation. Something will have to be given up in order for things to proceed. So tough decisions are to come. Lots of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. Wow, I kind of have to take all of these. Jesus Christmas. Let me just lay these all out in this reading on President Donald Trump and what's to come for him in this year of 2026. Okay, so I think I got that in the wrong order. So after this Two of Wands, indicating that some plan may not go as planned. Things may not go according to plan or according to what things may not go as expected. We get this Moon card, which indicates fears and anxieties. We saw that already here in the Nine of Swords. So yeah, there is reason for concern with this card that is reinforcing this idea that not only may things be coming to an end for President Trump, but there may be some knowledge that he has about that is causing these fears and worries. It could also be an illusion, because there may be some sense of betrayal that he perhaps sees coming, since we see this Three of Pentacles reversed, indicating that instead of people working with you, working for you, they're working against you, similar to what we saw here with the Seven of Swords, indicating some sort of betrayal or sabotage or theft or cheating. So Donald Trump may be worried that someone that he's working with or something that he's working towards will not go according to plan or will not work for him as he expects. And then we finish off here with this 7 of Wands reversed, indicating that someone's defenses may be down because they may be tired of fighting. I'm sorry to say, but I'm looking at this card again in terms of health. So this could be interpreted as losing the battle to some health battle, losing some sort of health battle and succumbing to that. Yikes. So maybe if it's true that President Donald Trump may pass away or he may face some negative karma and someone seeks to benefit from that financially, or the economy may naturally benefit from whatever change comes, whatever happens in the world, there also seems to be a lot of negative changes that the world or the country and the government may experience in the aftermath of that. But let's remember the moon card indicates illusion, so there may be some paranoia there as well, causing either Trump or other people in his cabinet, people in power in the government, to act while they can, if there's something that they're worried about avoiding. This was a tough one. My energy is still a bit affected by the previous reading I just did. Hi, Toby. Welcome. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I'm still working through some politically themed readings, but I will switch to entertainment readings soon after. So we just did a reading on what's to come for President Donald Trump this year. And I'm just trying to realign my energy because I'm still a little rattled or a little perhaps drained. It's been a very emotional past 24 hours for most that understand what just happened in Venezuela or are close to it. So I started the stream off with that reading, and I'm just trying to get back into my normal flow, but my normal flow is entertainment readings, celebrity readings, which is a little more fun and full of gossip and again, tea. But when we're dealing with stuff that's political, it's a little more heavy. So I guess I'm a little affected by that change in the energy being a little more serious, a little more full scale, since this is about, global things. So let's see what we have next. While we are on the topic of the Trumps, someone said Trump and Elon are bad cool. Yeah, I did a reading on Trump and Elon at the beginning of the year, and I accurately predicted that they were going to fall out, which we saw that happen in the middle of last year, 2025. And we saw how that got messy because Elon Musk was mad that Trump removed some tax advantages that his Tesla electric vehicle company would have benefited from in Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, President Trump's big, beautiful bill. And then Elon Musk went on his social media platform, Twitter/X, to shade Donald Trump, President Trump, saying that he has something to do with Epstein files, and that if it weren't for Elon Musk's involvement, he wouldn't have won the presidency again, and just accusing him of whatever dirty things. And then Trump threatened to remove any sort of financial support for his other businesses. What are the other businesses? The space stuff and the whatever other business he has. Elon Musk is a billionaire that has all kinds of businesses. So yeah, we saw them get all messy over the summer, I believe, or the spring earlier on. of last year, and now we see that they're chummy, that people have been like, oh, look at them in Mar-a-Lago enjoying the holidays. So yeah, that's that. I don't think I need to pull any cards on that. We know that these people operate for incentives or benefits. So, you know, people with money and power are always going to find ways to work together. Sorry, I was just reading the comments. Hello. Let me see if I see your name right. Hello, Margot Shadasha. Yes, if you want a personal reading, you can follow or subscribe so that you can be notified when I'm doing one of my personal reading live streams, or feel free to book a reading via the link in bio. All right, so we are about to transition into a reading someone requested on Melania Trump. Someone asked for a reading on Melania. She is the president of the United States wife. So she is the first lady, and she has a documentary that's going to be releasing at the end of this month, where we will perhaps get to learn a little more about her. But in the meantime, let's see if the cards can tell us anything about her as well. I've always been a little curious about what is the true dynamic between her and POTUS Trump. Severe, but still joyful and social and celebratory. But let's really get a good shuffle out before I ask the question. Okay. Spirit, what can you tell me about Melania Trump? Let me see a message about Melania Trump, Spirit. What is she really like? Okay. Oh, wow. Let's see. How do I take these? There we go. So the first thing that flipped out was the Empress card. Interesting. So she is very motherly and nurturing, which we wouldn't suspect since she seems to have a more severe perception in the public. But it seems that she is very much about creating abundance, stability, and growth for her family. So she has a son. She shares the son, Baron Trump, with President Donald Trump. She is in her motherly role of being a mama bear, caring for her child, focusing on motherhood. But also this could indicate that she is perhaps a bit more caring and nurturing than most people realize. Then we have this Two of Pentacles reversed, indicating that someone may be having a hard time keeping organized if they're juggling two or more things of importance, two or more things of value. This is about organization, focus, but also it could literally be about money. If she has any charities or any causes that she advocates for, maybe she's having a hard time keeping that afloat along with her personal ambitions to focus on motherhood. And I think I said it already, but I'll just say it again. This also indicates abundance. So maybe Melania's priority is to remain abundant and staying in this relationship with her husband, President Donald Trump, in the presidency and all of the things that they do to raise funding and enrich themselves and stay wealthy allows her to remain in this lifestyle, an abundant lifestyle. Then we have the World card. Interesting. So this indicates completion, something coming to an end, an accomplishment. So in terms of celebrations, this could literally mean like a graduation, a birth, a marriage. But in the context of the First Lady, this may be that her time in that role could be coming to an end, which, since we just saw in the previous reading on President Donald Trump, the cards indicated that his time may be coming to an end in the presidency. Even though there's still 3 years left in his term, there may be some external forces and divine intervention that take him out of office, in terms of he may go to glory, or something may happen with some other powers that step into his role if health is of a concern, which we also saw in the previous cards. But it seems like she may be coming to an end in that role as First Lady, Or she may feel very accomplished with something. Again, as I said in the beginning, she is releasing a documentary soon at the end of this month. So maybe that is a accomplishment that she will feel good about. Alternatively, this could also mean travel. Maybe within this next year, we will see her traveling more or being more public, being more visible. Either way, I would consider that something's coming to an end, but it's not necessarily a negative end. It may be something that has run its course and is graduating into a new life cycle. Then we have the Five of Pentacles reversed, indicating that some stage of struggle and hardship has come to an end after receiving assistance. One would assume this is financial assistance, but when we think about health, this could be after coming out of a stage of mental or physical health challenges. Someone may get some much needed support or assistance to get their health back on track. Now, energetically, I am drawn to think that this is about her husband, President Donald Trump's health, not her health specifically, because of the cards that we saw in the previous reading. So if he does pass away, this card indicates that she will still have the financial support and abundance that she would need or prefer to have in her life to continue living the lifestyle that she has become accustomed to, even if she's not the first lady anymore. So seems like she will be good after facing any of those challenges or losses or hardships in finance or in health. Oh, then we have the Page of Swords. This is the energy of someone that is very talkative, curious, very energized. There's a thirst for knowledge here. So I would take this to indicate that she may indeed be speaking more, as I was seeing in the World card, that she may be more public this year. She may share more of her persona or her opinions. This could also be someone else bringing something to light about her, someone exposing or promoting, publicizing something about her. So while we didn't see much of Melania Trump in past years, we didn't hear much from her before, the cards indicate that we might hear more from her or about her this year. Knight of Cups. This is someone that is very charming. This is someone that, in the sense of a personal relationship, they could be very romantic, very creative. This is also someone that's following their heart, someone who's sensitive. And this could also be someone making a proposal. So leading with the proposal portion, this may be like a business deal. Melania may be doing something that she loves, or she may be proposed an opportunity to do something that she loves. But this may be also letting us know a little more about her personality, since I said from the first card that I was a bit surprised to see the Empress card come out first, indicating that she's maybe more motherly and nurturing and warm than we realized or than we assumed. And this Knight of Cups is also giving hints of that, of someone being sensitive and charming. So I guess she is very charming, and she may be entertaining a deal, some business proposal that she will be very much interested in, or she'll love to do whatever. She may love to do whatever is being proposed to her. Sorry, someone said that I'm paused. Let me make sure that's not the case. Okay, looks like I'm good on all platforms. All right, let's get a few more cards out here. I kind of want to hurry up. Justice, Kings of Swords. So yeah, good karma. Things will go right. If there was any injustice that she experienced, she's going to see it brought to justice. This could also be a legal situation. King of Swords, indicating someone that is very articulate, someone that is very disciplined, someone that is a very clear thinker, a good judgment of character, or good judgment in general to make good, strong decisions. Didn't feel like this one was for her, but I'll still put it here just in case, because I want to see what's on the bottom of the decks. But, oh, wait a second. Sorry. As I look down, making a decision, something with court decision. Oh, wait, maybe she has a court situation that will go in her favor? Since we're seeing the Justice card and the King of Swords. So this decision maker will judge this court situation in her favor if she has a legal situation. Or this could also more broadly speak about karma and right and wrong, injustices in the world that will be right for her in terms of any wrongs that she had experienced will be made right. But there's a decision maker here that will be a part of that somehow. Ooh, interesting. And then these last two cards at the bottom of the deck. This is the Nine of Pentacles reversed, indicating someone that may have been frivolous or didn't do what they were supposed to do in order to have all of their financial ducks in a row, to be in a place of abundance. So this may be related to this potential legal issue here. While the ruling may be in her favor, it indicates that either she will experience some financial impact, or the idea of false success and frivolous. Maybe this is saying that she's superficial. Maybe this is saying that there may have been some financial failure that doesn't allow her to have all of the wealth and abundance that she's supposed to have. Because again, we did say that this Knight of Cups may have been a business proposal of some sort. It could also be a proposal in her personal life. Like, some suspect that maybe her and her husband, President Donald Trump, have an arrangement or an agreement. Since they don't seem that affectionate in public, some people feel that they have an arrangement or agreement to keep up appearances in public for him to maintain his image as a politician. And the family image is important for that, especially as a Republican politician. But maybe there's something about that deal that she may not collect in the way that she wanted to. That could be a reach. I'm just giving some alternatives to what this card could be saying. But ultimately, this usually indicates some sort of financial failure. It may not be a financial failure in her overall long-term wealth, but it could be either related to a deal, related to a court case, or just something that she didn't really prepare for properly financially. Worst case scenario, this could indicate poverty. But because of the cards that we saw in the beginning, I don't think that will be the case for Melania. She will have financial assistance, and she will remain in the energy of creating and attracting abundance, as is her priority. And then the King of Cups is the last card that I'm going to accept in this reading. This indicates someone who's a really good leader, someone that's very diplomatic, very emotionally stable and balanced, someone that is, thank you, Lillian. Thank you so much. Lillian Dan. Hope I said that right. So yeah, this is a leader that is very compassionate, very considerate, a good leader, someone that's diplomatic. And this could indicate that if she were to step into the role of leading something, perhaps something to do with this business proposal, she would be good at that, especially if it's something that she loves. As we said here with this Knight of Cups earlier, she may step into that, or this may be letting us know that that is the kind of person that Melania is, which again was surprising because in the public, since we have not heard much from her in the years that President Trump has had his presidency, it's been assumed that she's a bit more cold, a bit more stern and strict, and maybe somewhat of an ice queen. But we got several cards in here to indicate that she may actually be a lot more warm, compassionate, and nurturing and emotional and sensitive than we realized. I don't know. I think she seems like a tough broad, especially since she's a Taurus woman. But Melania Trump, the first lady, she is currently 55 and she looks great for her age. So let's hope that she enjoys many more years of health and especially wealth, since that seems to have been something that these cards were trying to tell us about. All right. So what do you guys think about Melania, were you also surprised about the cards that were coming out? Oh, wow, weakness. I just noticed that there was something about weakness and recovering from bad experiences or bad habits with that devil card in reverse. Any surprises with those cards that we saw for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump? Well, while you guys catch up with that, let's shift into a reading for another Taurus in the conservative political world. This is a reading that someone requested on Candace Owens because she apparently has a lot of smoke and controversies. So Candace, in her many controversies, two of them that I have noted down here is that she is experiencing some legal issues or some legal action from the First Lady of France, who is suing her because of the accusations that Candace made on if she is trans or not. So we can look into what the outcome of that may be, but more pressing that I've seen in circulation recently in the news has been Candace's questioning of the Charlie Kirk assassination, leading to her, hold on, let me just adjust here. Gotta make sure we stay decent. I'm not slipping out here. Make sure that is the case. Someone just told me, hey, double check your top. So thank you for that. Not trying to, hold on, let me go off camera here. Okay, so how's that? Yeah. I'm trying to be glamorous for you all, but I also have to stay decent. Glamorous for you all since we're celebrating the SHINE-IVERSARY, the 1-year anniversary of my channel. But I also have to stay decent. So, as I was saying, Candace Owens has been questioning the truth of what happened around the assassination of the MAGA Republican advocate, conservative political figure Charlie Kirk, the late Charlie Kirk, and there's a bunch of other things that she seems to question. So Candace has a show or a podcast, some platform where she usually shares her opinions on political things, world things. At some point, I believe she also was controversial for her take on Black Lives Matter. She is a Black woman herself, and some felt that she was putting in a lot of work to expose a Black organization that maybe people questioned if she had that same energy for other non-Black organizations or non-liberal organizations. Anyhow, let's pull a few cards to see what is Candace Owens' intentions with constantly questioning things, going against the grain. Is it just to keep the eyeballs on her show? Is it just to keep the attention on her show? Or does she truly believe that there are conspiracies or things to question, that there are mistruths that are happening before our eyes? Because one of the criticisms that we see of Candace is that she constantly questions things, but she doesn't really bring proof of why she's questioning it, why she's doubting the truths that have been presented. And so this idea of constantly questioning and casting doubt is both divisive, but also could be a way to keep her audience engaged in this pursuit of a truth that she herself is not providing, but just continuing to question the truth. So let's see what the cards can tell us about Candace, who is 36, and she is a Taurus, just like Melania Trump, who we just did a reading on. Spirit, what can you show me about Candace Owens? She recently either met or had a phone call with Erika Kirk to try to resolve whatever they had going on, since she kept questioning the assassination of her husband. And I wonder where that stands. So let's see a few cards coming for Candace. So the first thing we have here is the Eight of Wands in reverse, indicating delays. Some sort of delays to something that she may perhaps have been passionate of getting, that Candace may perhaps have been passionate to progress with. Then we have this Queen of Wands, indicating someone that's very courageous, bold, energized, very passionate, very bossy, but they're able to attract the attention of many because of their energy. They're able to even inspire others. So this is a fiery energy that Candace seems to possess, and it may assist her with breaking through any hurdles, any obstacles to her goals, since there do seem to be some delays or setbacks in something that she wants for herself. Then we have this King of Swords. This is a leader or authority that is very precise, very disciplined, very good with their words, very sharp with their thoughts, their minds, their decision making. So maybe there is someone that she either seeks advisement from. Maybe Candace takes orders from someone that is telling her, well, this is the plan, this is how to approach things for your goals of whatever her goals are with her business or with her political ideologies and perspectives. Sorry, I'm distracted because it's noisy. I hear a siren, but hopefully you guys don't. Oh, Kuchunga in the chat said, Taurus women are strong. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. So it looks like Candace may have either an advisor or someone that she takes orders from, or someone that she takes orders from, or someone that she consults with. Let's get a few more cards out here. Interesting. Three of Pentacles. So this indicates colleagues or other people in your industry, other people in your world. In this case, we can consider her political party, since she is a conservative, working against her. But I would take this to actually indicate that Candace intentionally goes against the grain, goes against some ideas within her party or some existing ideas that she likes to kind of push against and be the resistance. So this could be what some have been saying, is that the Republican Conservative Party in the US has sort of been imploding, since their news has been dominating for the past couple weeks and months, in terms of getting a lot of media attention for the infighting that seems to be happening. And Candace seems to be adding to that with her often contradictory or contrarian positions that she takes. But it seems that it's an intentional decision that she makes to go against what the party or her colleagues or other people in her industry and her world of thought have already established. She intends to be the resistance, or to push those buttons, to push against whatever is an established truth. Oh, this is a good card, Wheel of Fortune. So things will go in her favor with this good luck card that we just got out here. Maybe this is in terms of that lawsuit that I mentioned at the beginning, of the First Lady of France that is taking her to court because of her accusations of the First Lady being a trans. Any other goals that Candace has at this time, it seems like she's seizing the moment, seizing the energy to get things done while things are likely to go in her favor. So that is a good card for Candace. And bringing it back to this, I know that I said that it's mostly energetically, it feels like this is Candace's intention to intentionally go against ideas or things and people in her same group of thought or political ideologies. But this could also be that her own industry may turn against her. That's just an alternative that we should keep in mind. Her own party, her own group of colleagues may turn against her. But either way, this Wheel of Fortune indicated that she will be very lucky to avoid the potential outcomes, the potential negative outcomes of that, or as I originally thought, has something to do with any legal cases that Candace may be fighting at this time. Oh, interesting. The emperor. So I'm taking this to indicate the president, but this could also just indicate the leader. This could also just indicate the leader of some organization, some network, some empire, some business. But the first thing that came to mind was the leader of government, which would be the president, Donald Trump. So she may have some good luck in something to do with him, or whoever is a leader or manager for whoever runs her show, whatever it is that she seeks to accomplish with her personal goals. I've never seen her show. I know nothing about her. This was just a request. Someone wanted me to do a reading on her since she's had so much conflict lately, and especially the smoke that she had for Erika Kirk, which is another person that we'll be doing a reading on tonight. So I don't have a lot of context in terms of who this could be in her life, if she's an independent media platform or if she works with a bigger broadcasting platform that tells her what to do, which I did in this King of Swords earlier say that it felt like there might be some advisor or some sort of mentorship there. So there seems to be some positive connection with some leader, some manager, some ruler, or the president, a positive connection there that may be part of her goals. Perhaps maybe that is something that she is looking to get to in terms of placating the presidency, placating the party that is currently in office or in power, which is the Republicans, the MAGA crowd, and perhaps placating that niche, that MAGA sub party, because they're a group within the conservatives, within the Republicans. Maybe since she is pandering or placating them or catering to them, that goal works out well for her. So she goes against the larger party or the larger political structure. Going against the grain is her thing, and that works out well for her because she is catering to this MAGA group. That's where most of her viewership seems to be. That seems to be where she's getting her bread buttered from, according to these cards. And a reminder, these cards are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. Geez, there's so many ideas, so much thought, so much communication. Here now we have the Queen of Swords. This is someone who is a very good decision maker, who's a very direct communicator, and someone who has very clear boundaries. And Candace seems to be a very stern girl, a very no-nonsense girl. So maybe this could be a part of her energy along with the Queen of Wands. She's the queen of this world that she has made for herself as a political commentator, as a conservative commentator. But this could also be someone that she has to deal with. I'm again drawn to some of the many controversies that she has where she's dealing with women, like with the Erika Kirk and the First Lady of France. Maybe this could also represent some pushback from one of them, or people letting her know, well, you've taken it too far. Let's be very clear about what boundaries you crossed here. Don't talk about my deceased husband, or don't talk about my gender. So this could be those women that are kind of giving Candace some clapbacks or some pushbacks and some, kind of checking her a bit. But the first thing that came to mind was that this is actually Candace's energy, and she seems to conduct herself, from the clips that I have seen of her, seems to conduct herself with some of this energy of just being stern, no nonsense, clear boundaries. So this may actually indicate that, yes, indeed, she does sincerely want to get to the truth of things. So a part of it is that she is leaning into certain conspiracies or certain things that the MAGA group wants to hear. But another part of it is that she does truly want to get to the truth of things. Interesting. The last card we have here is the Four of Swords. And I just want to highlight that we have 1, 2, 3 cards from the Suit of Swords in this reading, indicating that this is a very smart woman. She's very much about thinking before she speaks and being very smart and strategic or calculated about what she does with her communications, with her image, with her messaging. Candace is. So this Four of Swords indicates a need for rest and recovery after a difficult and stressful period, or in preparation for a difficult and stressful period. So maybe her show will take a break while she deals with some of the legal issues or controversies. I would think this is no time soon, because at the time that all of this TPUSA conspiracy stuff is still in the air, her show is seeing better numbers than usual. She's getting a very high amount of viewership and eyeballs. So maybe after the curiosity, the interest, the speculation around the TPUSA and Charlie Kirk assassination dies down, maybe her show will take a break or a hiatus for her to kind of regain her energy, gather herself, prepare for any of the other challenges and controversies that she's taking on or dealing with. And I'll take a peek at the bottom. Interesting. Socializing and getting over a stage of grief and disappointment, heavy burdens and dishonesty, a lack of truth. Interesting. So I think we'll leave it there. That heavy burdens makes sense, because again, she might need to take a break from her show after putting so much content out there and dealing with so many controversies. But we got this distruth card at the end, which kind of contradicts some of what we see here. Maybe we will learn of some distruth, some dishonesty. Either Candace will come to learn of some dishonesty in the things that she's been questioning, or something about Candace will be revealed, about Candace herself being dishonest, perhaps. A reminder that this is just what the cards are saying. It's not my opinion, and this is for entertainment. And this is for entertainment only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So, what did you guys think about this reading on Candace Owens? Oh, Kuchunga said that the First Lady of France, Macron, is suing her for $5 million. Yikes. So we didn't see anything in the cards about the money, but we saw a lot in the cards about the ideas, the thought, the strategy. So it seems like she plans to outsmart that. And because we did see the Wheel of Fortune, which I misplaced now, I don't see it. But because we saw the Wheel of Fortune upright, it indicates that she may actually succeed with her plan to outsmart all of her current adversaries, rivals, or just the people that she has controversy with. Candace seems like a very smart and intelligent girl, especially based off of those cards. So let's move into our next reading of tonight, keeping it in the theme of political, keeping it in the political theme. Let's move on to a reading about Erika Kirk. In my last stream, we did a reading about Nicki Minaj, since it was very publicized and controversial that Nicki Minaj went to sit down with Erika Kirk at one of the TPUSA events, and her behavior, not only in that exchange with Nicki Minaj, but also in general since the passing of her late husband, Charlie Kirk, has been questioned. Many people question the sincerity of Erika Kirk and her grieving. So just to take it back a bit, let's get some information about Erika first. So Erika Kirk is the wife, or well, now the widow, of the late Charlie Kirk. Oh no, wait, let me take it from the top. So the question here is, how does Erika really feel after her husband's death? And does she have something going on with Vice President J.D. Vance? Okay, so that's what I was leading up to. So as I was saying, in the many TPUSA events that we have seen publicized since the passing of Charlie Kirk, people have scrutinized and speculated over Erika Kirk's behavior, mannerisms, that it doesn't really align with what someone would expect of someone grieving their husband and the father of their kids. And there was a situation where, let me just, okay, I'm have a lot to edit out tonight. My energy is very scattered tonight, so I apologize for those that are on the live that are not getting the version of myself that I usually am. I'm usually more on point, but I really wanted to get started with this stream and get to these readings. I perhaps didn't really have the usual energy and alignment that I usually do, so I apologize in advance for being a little scattered tonight, but just bear with me. I will get it back on track. So I'm taking this from the top so that I can read my notes in order. So the question that someone has here is, how does Erika Kirk really feel after her husband's death? And does she have something going on with Vice President J.D. Vance? So J.D. Vance, James David Vance, is the current Vice President of the United States, working with President Donald Trump. Erika Kirk is the wife, well, now widow of the late Charlie Kirk. Both Erika and JD were born in Ohio. Interesting. Erika grew up largely in Arizona, though. She is the former Miss Arizona of 2012, who is now the CEO of Charlie Kirk's TPUSA organization, since she has been appointed as his successor after his September assassination. Turning Point USA is an American nonprofit organization that advocates for conservative politics on high schools, colleges, and university campuses. They are described as the fastest growing organization of campus chapters in America and one of the most powerful conservative youth groups in the nation. Since inheriting the organization, Erika Kirk has been heavily criticized for her upbeat and flashy disposition in public events. Many have seen the meme circulating poking fun at her recent entrance at a TPUSA event with pyrotechnics, seemingly basking in the glory of being at the head of that very large and very energized organization. Also, in her recent sit-down with rapper Nicki Minaj, Erika seemed to laugh off a very tasteless and poorly timed choice of words from Nicki, referring to someone being an assassin, which is yet another example of what has led many to question Erika's sincerity in grieving her late husband. As it almost seems like she's invigorated instead of whatever version of grief people expected to see from her 3 months after her husband's passing. Erika drew further scrutiny when she was seen caressing Vice President J.D. Vance's hair in a very warm embrace, welcoming him to the stage of another TPUSA event, leading people to question if these two very married political figures had something going on all along. So that's what brings us here, digging into this reading on Erika Kirk and Vice President J.D. Vance to find out if there was, is, or will be a secret romance between these two Ohio-born Republicans. And there was a request for a general energy check on Erika to know how does she really feel after her husband's assassination. So let's get some cards out to see what the cards say. Ugh. So the first card that flew out was the Seven of Cups in reverse, indicating that there may be the illusion of choice, or someone may be disillusioned, thinking that something is good when it's not. So at this time, maybe Erika is having her pick of many choices or decisions that she has to make and thinking that things will turn out good, but there may be something wrong with her illusion or delusion of the way that she sees things, the way that she's seeing her options. We're seeing the 10 of Pentacles. This indicates legacy, wealth, long-term wealth of a family. So she's certainly inherited a very wealthy and successful organization from her husband, Charlie Kirk. And I guess maybe she was undecided on how to proceed with that to make sure that it remains lucrative. Let's see what the following cards indicate. Wow, we're seeing the King of Swords again, upright, indicating that there's someone that's very disciplined and someone that should be very honest, very truthful, a very good decision maker. So maybe that's someone that is advising her or someone that she seeks to work with. Let's see. Temperance. So this is about balance and moderation. So part of the choices or the difficult decisions that she was trying to make, or seemingly positive choices that she had to pick from in order to make a decision, it seems like her goal was to be fair and balanced in the way that she proceeds with this organization to make sure that it remains lucrative. I don't know if that's reflected in her politics. I have never seen a TPUSA event or attended one or seen clips of it outside of the Nicki Minaj thing and the clip of her greeting VP Vance on stage. But maybe this is letting us know that down the line she intends to turn into a moderate, to shift from conservative to a more balanced political position or perspective. I don't, because they're not politicians, so I don't even know if she's at this point considered a political figure. But the motives of the TPUSA organization are very politically driven, which is conservative and politically driven. So here we have the Four of Pentacles reversed, and this indicates a level of conservatism, financial conservatism, that has gotten to the point of greed. And this is someone that may have a scarcity mentality, meaning that whatever they have in their life, it's never enough. They always want more. So this Four of Pentacles in reverse, after we're seeing that there was already abundance, long-term abundance and legacy, this seems like unnecessary. Like there should not be this scarcity mentality, this need for greed when there's already so much to go around. But perhaps that is just Erika Kirk's, that's just how she is at this time, trying to make sure that she's never in a position of scarcity, of needing. So, but maybe that's just how she is. This is indicating some sort of greed, some sort of conservatism that is working against someone. Then we have the Five of Cups reversed, and this indicates someone that's moving on from a stage of grief and loss. They're on the other side of it. Instead of looking at the cup half full, instead of looking at the spilled milk, they're now looking at the cup half empty. They're now looking at, look at all that I have, look at all that I've gained. So indeed, Erika Kirk seems to be on the other side of grief, not necessarily still in the grieving stage that people expect to see her in. Yikes, but then we have this Ace of Cups reversed, contradicting this card, contradicting what I just said in this card. This indicates that indeed someone is looking at life with the glass half full. This indicates emptiness, emotional emptiness. This could even be apathy. So perhaps Erika Kirk is apathetic. She was not that emotionally affected by the loss of her husband, Charlie Kirk. And this reading is just for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. But according to these cards, it looks like she is apathetic and she was never really that in that much pain or grieving the husband. She is on the other side of whatever that was supposed to look like. She's more focused on the money and making sure that she keeps a coin, that she's able to retain and maintain this wealth. And I'm still not clear on what this first card that came out, the Seven of Cups, is trying to point to. But let's just get one more card out. I mean, I will say, though, this is the third card that we have in this reading where the cups are in reverse. So this may just be reinforcing this theme of Erika Kirk's emotional cup being empty, her not being that full of emotions around her husband's passing, or in general, she just may be an apathetic person when we see all of these empty cups or reversed cups. Interesting that we're seeing this Four of Swords again, a need to rest and recover after. Yes, I said that. F. Toby is clarifying that this Seven of Cups in reverse could indicate making bad decisions. I agree with that because it seems like she may think the world is her oyster. Any decision I make, I can pick from this platter since there were so many things being made available to her, and she may choose something that may not be as it seems since this indicates illusions or delusions. She may be a little delusional according to these cards. But yes, along with making bad decisions, it could also just be reinforcing this sort of lack of empathy that Erika Kirk may have as communicated by these cards. And then we have this need for rest and recovery after a stressful period or preceding a stressful period. And maybe this is the exhaustion of having to perform the grief of losing a husband, especially a husband that was so public and beloved by his following. So maybe she is so exhausted from having to perform widowing, perform as a grieving widow, that she is eager to get on the other side of that, while internally and emotionally she already has. It seems like she is eager for the rest of society to allow her to step into the chapter that we have already seen her stepping into, which is moving on, being the lead of that organization, stepping into the part 2 of what comes after you lose your husband. She's wants to move on from that. That seems to be what those cards are saying. And let me just see. Oh, not putting in the work. 8 of Pentacles indicating that she may not be putting in the work, or if she is working on something, she's not doing it properly, which is some of what I was picking up on that 7 of Cups, that she may not be making the right choices and putting her efforts in the wrong direction. But something about this, what I just heard was she doesn't, I'm trying to see what's the most polite and respectful way to put this. There's something here about her not really earning or deserving what she will get, either financially or with recognition. This is trying to communicate that she didn't put in the work, or she will not put in the work. The card itself can communicate a sense of laziness or a sense of putting one's efforts in the wrong direction. But what I'm getting from it is that she may not have earned, or she may not deserve a lot of the wealth and recognition that may find her, or that has found her in the past. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know a lot about this person. I got some brief information just to prepare for this reading, but that actually makes me want to see a little more information. Yeah, there may be something that comes out about her, since we have this Page of Swords upright, and this could be the messenger, someone that reveals some sort of truth about someone. Let me put that here and have a look. So this is full reverse, resistance to a new change, or a new resistant to a new start, Lovers. And I think this is the last card that I'll take. So I'll take the 4 of Cups and the, well, actually, no, I should actually also take this Lovers card. Wait a minute. Because one of the questions was about VP JD Vance. So this Lovers card can indicate soulmates, soul ties, but it can also be about lifelong choices. And I know that choices was something that we saw in this first card. So Erika Kirk may indeed make the right choice for something that it seems like she has a lot on her plate at this time in terms of decisions that she has to make. But it seems like there may be some choice or decision that she's very happy with to live the rest of her life with. And some would think that that has something to do with the romance, that maybe she finds her lifelong partner. We'll pull some cards out to see if that is JD Vance, who, again, as I said in the beginning, he is very married right now. So hard to believe that it would be him. But based off the affection that we saw in their greeting in the TPUSA events, some people questioned if there may be more behind the scenes between the two of them. But I am more so drawn to think that Erika loves this new stage of life that she's in, where she is able to enjoy the glory, the power, the publicity of the very successful TPUSA organization. And this has been given to her because of the passing of her husband. So it seems like she is very happy with this change. Instead of grieving the loss of the husband, she's over it, as we saw in the previous cards. But we also saw, let's move this over. I want to keep it neat and visible. This is so many cards. Let me actually take them down here. I have to move different today because all of this fluff is kind of moving my moving my cards around. So I am just trying to not knock everything over. Okay. Yes, so it seems like she's loving this new stage of her life, that this new lifelong position as the leader of this very successful organization, and the sympathy that being the widow of this very successful or beloved figure, political figure, has gotten her this position. It seems like she's loving all of that. And did I pull this out in the correct order? Yeah. So we also saw the Fool card in reverse, indicating someone that's hesitant to start something new, hesitant to embark on a new adventure, maybe still has some baggage from previous experiences. So this may be some decision that Erika is trying to make, some decision that she's trying to work through. Again, we would assume that it's between juggling stuff in, oh, wait a second. I just heard running for office. Excuse me. Whoa. I just heard that out of nowhere, because that's perhaps a decision that she's trying to make, and she's hesitant to make that decision. Should I use this following to actually step into a proper position as a political figure, or am I content with just being the head of this organization and continuing with the way things are? So, wow, that's interesting. And the last card that I see here is the 10 of Cups in reverse, which indicates trouble in one's family life or in one's personal life. Anytime I see this card, I usually think that there was trouble in someone's childhood, because when you see it upright, this is a very one big happy family. This indicates happily ever after. You have the 10 cups and the rainbows, meaning your heart is full with so much joy, satisfaction, and happiness with a full, well-rounded family. You got the house, you got the land, you got the yard, you got everything your heart could desire. But in reverse, I always usually think that this indicates that there was something in someone's childhood that was perhaps emotionally damaging for them, that affects their current everyday decisions. And this could also mean that her personal life or her family life is just not what one would assume. It's just not as pleasant and perfect as she perhaps may make it seem. I, again, don't know much about her, how she presents herself in terms of, you know, what other family members and how perfect her family may be. I don't know. I know that she had kids with Charlie Kirk. But this indicates some sort of disharmony in someone's personal life, usually within their family, but also it can go back to their childhood. Some emotional difficulties, challenges, or disappointments that are affecting their everyday decisions, habits, and disposition. So that may be giving us some clarity as to why Erika may be apathetic lacking empathy. She may be emotionally blocked because of something that happened in her childhood, or maybe her relationship and her marriage was already not in a good place at the time that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, so she didn't feel like it was that much of a loss. And that's why she's just ready to move on and step into the focus of the business, the long-term wealth, enjoying the glory, and benefiting from something that she didn't really work that hard to make herself. So so I guess you guys will let me know if you think this is accurate. It sounds like it aligns with some of the speculation that was already out there about Erika. So you all let me know if you're surprised. But I want to dig further into this Lovers card, since the other question someone asked was about the level of affection that we saw her exchange with VP Vance, Vice President JD Vance, when he arrived on stage at a TPUSA event, Turning Point USA event, the organization that Erika Kirk now leads. So, whoa, cards are really stiff from when they got wet last week. So I had to put a little more muscle in that shuffle. But let's ask the cards, Spirit. Is there something going on between Erika Kirk and VP Vance, VP JD Vance? Is there something going on between Erika Kirk and Vice President JD James David Vance? By the way, Erika Kirk is 37 years old. She's a Scorpio, and President Vance, Vice President Vance, is 41 years old. He's a Leo. So the first card we have here is the Emperor card upright. So this indicates the leader of something, and what I get from this card is that she may be attracted to the leadership, the power of his position as Vice President of the United States. Hi, sweet butter baby. Hello, hello. Welcome. We're in the middle of a reading where we're asking, is there something between Erika Kirk and Vice President JD Vance? So we have the Tower card here in reverse, indicating that they are trying to avoid some disaster. So they're actually perhaps cleaning up the body language, cleaning up any sort of affection that they may have had. Oh, F. Toby, which one did you say you're not surprised about? Was it the cards that we saw for Erika Kirk? Yeah. So here we have this Tower card in reverse. So avoiding some disasters. I was saying, I'm interpreting this to mean that they're aware that the optics of how she embraced him were not a good look, especially since she is still relatively close to the loss of her husband, in terms of it wasn't that long ago. So this averting disaster, trying to avoid the disaster of what a bad look it is to be affectionate with another man, especially another man in politics, or another man in power shortly after losing your husband. It's a bad look. So it seems like while she may have been Erika Kirk may have been attracted to his power and his position, seems like they may be curtailing the body language or their connection in order to avoid or navigate the narrative that came out of that, since they're aware now of the optics and what the rumors are. Okay, Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so we're getting the idea that it's just about business, politics, and money, or power and money. So thus far, it does not seem like they may have had something going on. So far, it just seems like it's a necessary collaboration between the two of them, and the affection just may have gotten out of hand in that instance, but they're looking to clean up the behavior. But the closeness that we see is because of these motives of power, political power, and financial power that they both seek to gain by collaborating, by merging, by coming together. Let's see if we see anything indicating love or something from the Suit of Cups. The Sun card. Wait a minute. This could indicate that they indeed do enjoy each other's company, though. They do like each other naturally. these two Ohio Republicans perhaps have a lot in common. The Sun card is a card about happiness, success, joy, warmth, fun. So maybe they have chemistry, but we're not seeing anything in the cards yet indicating that they have acted upon that. Ooh, okay. We have the Nine of Pentacles reversed. So usually this indicates some sort of financial fail. Let me just grab some water here. So usually this indicates some sort of financial failure or someone that's being very frivolous with their spending. But in this situation, the first thing that came to me is that someone doesn't want to lose their independence, and that would be Erika, because JD Vance is still married. So Erika does not want to lose her current state of independence and self-sufficiency that she has gained by stepping into this position as the leader of this very successful conservative organization. And so that's why she, even if she had any kind of chemistry or enjoyment or fun with him, she is cleaning that up and making sure that they don't make those same mistakes of the optics of the body language again, because she wants to avoid the disaster of maybe losing the position that she has by convincing everyone that she is this bereaved widow, that's trying to get on the other side of a tremendous loss, and the sympathy on top of the existing success that organization had. The sympathy adds to the following, so she doesn't want to mess up her bag by leaning into that relationship, although she might like him or have some chemistry or connection with him. She's more focused on the power and the finances, and she doesn't want anyone to come in the way of her independent success, her self-sufficiency, and the recognition that she has started to gain in this current position that she finds herself in. We have here the Nine of Wands, indicating a sense of perseverance and resilience, which takes me back to what I was saying about this Nine of Pentacles in reverse, wanting to keep her position, wanting to make sure that she does nothing to stop her bag at this time, but to still keep the connection for the money and the power. Nearing an end, though, getting to the end of something. I'm drawn back to what we just saw in the previous reading, where I don't know where I got a message that she might be considering stepping into an official political role. Like maybe she might try to run for a governmental position at some point. If that is the case, then this card indicates that she wants to hold out until she gets to that stage. Like she's so close to making that decision. She's so close to merging all of these benefits that she finds herself with in terms of having the political connection and the financial support to make such a move as running for political office. She's so close to that, since this is the 9, and the 10 means you're at the end of the suit, you're at the end of whatever that life cycle or that experience was meant to be. So it seems like she's trying to keep a friendly connection with JD Vance without it sabotaging the image that she is trying to keep as this grieving widow that is stepping into the power of the organization, but also the potential political and financial powers. Now, something tells me to actually look at the bottom first of these decks. Yeah, she's trying to be very smart about it, and she's trying to keep it social. So Erika Kirk is trying to keep it cute. Basically, she's strategizing. Her strategy is to connect and socialize with people in power like JD Vance and whoever else is at the head of the political spaces that she seeks to benefit from, but also lead at some point. So it's just a matter of strategy. I'm socializing for strategies, what I'm getting from these two cards about Erika Kirk. She's being very clever, keeping clear boundaries. Now that she knows what the optics was, she wants to avoid what that looked like, but she still wants to give the appearance of allegiance and alignment. She wants to be in that same space of closeness with someone like a VP Vance. Yes, sweet butter baby, I agree. It seems like maybe they may have had a little something on the low, but they're not going to let that stop their bag. They're not going to let that ruin whatever goals, bigger goals they have for political power by 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 their, what's the word I'm looking for? By combining their audiences and their I guess political backings. So yeah, they may have had fun, or she's just having fun with that connection, but it doesn't, we didn't get anything here to indicate that she may truly have had something with him or will have something with him in the future. Only thing that kind of comes out here is this Page of Cups that I'm seeing here at the end, at the bottom of the deck. And this indicates a potential curiosity around a new love. Someone that may be feeling creative or want to explore something. But it seems like it's going to be one of those, it ends as quick as it starts, because they don't want to compromise on what the bigger goal is of using the big following of the TPUSA and the big following of the MAGA Republicans to merge that all into even larger audience for them to maneuver. So it might be JD Vance that may be looking to step into power, because remember what we saw in the previous reading on Donald Trump about him possibly having to step out of power because he may leave the earth plane, he may be going to glory, or something may happen to where he has to step down. Maybe it's something with his health. Maybe he voluntarily steps down in advance if he sees some health troubles coming, and then JD Vance would be stepping into that, and he would probably have additional support because he's already aligned himself with Erika Kirk, who is leading an organization of many supporters, political supporters that lean into those MAGA politics, MAGA Republican politics. So it seems like it's something that's supposed to, that connection between the two of them coming together, while it may have seemed very affectionate in the beginning, it seems like they have bigger goals or bigger motives behind their union, and they are not going to mess that up by fooling around. Even if they do have chemistry and enjoy each other's company, they want to make sure that if JD Vance is going to step into if he's going to explore stepping into presidency, or if Erika Kirk herself may explore running for political office, that they can take advantage of each of their audiences, galvanize each other's following by visually showing collaboration and alignment. So the tea was not as juicy as we would have hoped. It's not as messy and salacious as it seemed based off of that caress that she did of her hair on stage. But they still may be up to some things, working on some things in the future. So I think I covered all of the political readings. Now we can step into the more fun readings on people in the entertainment business. So over the holidays, we experienced a lot of surprising news, I would say. Maybe some people are surprised, maybe some people aren't, maybe some people saw it coming. But between Teyana Taylor, Anthony Joshua, and some of the other people that I will be speaking about tonight, there was news on these people over the holidays that was somewhat active. That the holidays were a little more active than usual in terms of the news, the celebrity press that was circulating. Usually this is a very dormant time for both politicians and celebrities, but this is a very unique year where we see a lot of updates and action in both politics and in both government and celebrity news. So Teyana Taylor, someone requested a reading on Teyana Taylor on my last live stream. Sweet butter baby, it may have been you, or whoever requested this. Feel free to shout yourself out in the comments. So Teyana Taylor had a big year in 2025, working on a lot of film and show projects, like the Lawyer Show that starred Kim Kardashian for some reason. Oh wow, cards are really stiff. Let me see. Yes, it was Sweet Butter Baby. Sweet Butter Baby wants to know, will Teyana Taylor win an Oscar this year? Awesome. So For those of you that don't know, as I was saying, Teyana Taylor had a big year in 2025 working on a lot of film and show projects, like the Lawyer Show that starred Kim Kardashian for some reason. She's not the best actress. But Teyana also released some music. Wait, let me read that again. Teyana also released new music last year, and apparently all of her work has attracted some buzz about her possibly being nominated for some actor awards this year, like the Globes and the things. Maybe an Oscar, like Sweet Butter Baby is inquiring about. But the juiciest news about Teyana was that she enjoyed a public romance with the very handsome English actor Aaron Pierre. Who's Aaron Pierre? That's Mufasa. Aaron Pierre, that's Mufasa. He voiced Mufasa in Disney's latest version of the Lion King movie, and he will star in some upcoming DC Comics and Star Wars projects. We learned over the holiday break that they have now broken up. Now, Aaron and Teyana were amongst the many flashy new couples that popped out last summer, like Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson. I think we even saw Cardi B step out with her current boyfriend and baby daddy, Stefan Diggs. So everyone was popping out with these new romances, and the public questioned each and every relationship. So this Teyana Taylor relationship is no different. As affectionate as the couple seemed, people assumed they were PR relationships, similar to the Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson relationship. That's what people speculated about Teyana Taylor and Aaron Pierre. I personally picked up on a certain opportunistic energy on Aaron that let me know it wouldn't last, because it seemed like Teyana was more into him than he was into her. And now here we are, months later, hearing about their breakup, which it must have happened even earlier than when we're hearing about it. I mean, damn, they didn't even make it through the pajama pictures for the holidays. Sorry, TT. But let's see what the cards can tell us was behind the breakup, and then we'll pull a few cards to see if Teyana Taylor will win any awards this year. Teyana Taylor is 34 years old, or 34 years young. She's a Sagittarius. She just celebrated her birthday December 10th. And Aaron Pierre is 31. He's a Gemini. He celebrated his birthday over the summer, which we actually saw her throw him a big surprise birthday party where we saw, once again, a lot of affection between the two. So here we are on the other side of the breakup, and let's see if the cards will shed more light on what the energy between the two of them really was. Spirit, what can you tell me about the breakup of Teyana Taylor and Aaron Pierre? Whoa, my fluff just got caught in the cards. What can you tell me about Teyana Taylor and Aaron Pierre, Spirit? What was their energy in the relationship, or what is it now after the breakup, Spirit? Who were they really to each other in this relationship? Something flipped out, but I think I missed it. There we go. Oh, okay. We have the 8 of Swords in reverse. This indicates someone breaking free from something that was self-harming, being free from something they felt stuck in. So this is not the best reading to start a relationship reading. It seems like things were perhaps unhealthy. There was some imbalance or some sense of obligation. There was something keeping one or both of these people stuck in this relationship, an unhealthy relationship, which is why this breakup needed to happen. They needed to set themselves free from this. Let's get a little more clarity. Justice. Ooh, interesting. So this could point to something legal, but they weren't married. So it more so seems like this would be like spiritual justice, like maybe someone was done wrong, and now that they are not together, that is a form of justice, that you're not held captive in an unhealthy relationship anymore. I will no longer suffer. That's what you get. You no longer get access to me, is what this justice card may be saying. Then we get the Page of Wands. This is the inspired motivation, energy, and excitement around embarking on something new, discovering something new, exploring something new. So this could be a nod to someone maybe exploring a different relationship. Maybe someone started an affair. If we look at the Page of Wands to interpret someone getting something new started with someone that someone starting on a new passion. But this could also indicate freedom. This could be repeating the message that someone wanted to be free to explore their options, wanted to be free to discover someone new, or maybe the passion fizzled out and someone, which I'm inclined to think it was Aaron, since this figure looks a little masculine, Aaron, Pierre, may have wanted to start something new. He lost the passion for Teyana and wanted to have a fresh start. Someone else or something else piqued his interest, and he wanted to get out of a situation that he felt stuck in. He wanted his freedom, or they both wanted their freedom. We'll see if the cards clarify that. So then we have the Knight of Pentacles. Okay, where's this going? This is someone who's very reliable, someone who's very productive, conservative, efficient, someone that's careful with their money. But visually, we can also consider this to be a proposal. So this could be that someone received a proposal for something to do with money, since they're both in the entertainment world. Maybe this indicates that one of them or both of them had to go focus on their projects, their entertainment projects, in order to get their coin, to get their money. They had to focus on that. This could also indicate someone that may be boring, conservative to the point that they're boring. So maybe there was a mismatch of energy when we see this card indicating that someone wants to break free, to seek passion, get that energy of something new, something exciting again. It may be because you want to step out of a routine, or step out of Javi just said conservative. Yes, you want to step away from someone that's being conservative, routine, or boring, and step into something more exciting. But let's see if we can get a little more clarity on what that Justice card may be pointing to, because did someone do someone wrong in this relationship? Wow, this is a very popular card tonight. Nine of Pentacles reverse, indicating some sort of financial failure, false success, someone that was frivolous, someone that was not spending properly, or may have been materialistic, or just irresponsible with their finances. So what I'm getting from this is two things. Someone wanted their independence, but also someone may not have been benefiting from this relationship financially. So someone, and it feels energetically like it's Aaron Pierre, may have come into this relationship with the motives to benefit from his association with Teyana, get more visibility since she was in a lot of projects last year, be able to garner more attention and publicity through this romance. But ultimately, the goal is to secure more roles for himself, secure more finances for himself. And perhaps he didn't see that assistance or that growth, whatever goal he had in using this relationship for financial gain, it wasn't panning out to be as lucrative or as beneficial as he hoped. So it seems like that's why he kind of wanted to break free from this and step away and embark on something new. Oh, wait a second. This Nine of Wands indicates that there may have been someone that wanted to hold on to the relationship. Someone wanted to make it work. And I'm sorry to say, but it feels like this may have been Teyana Taylor. She was trying to hold on and get through the fire, get through the difficulties that they may have been having. But it may have just naturally run its course, and it may not have been a matter of endurance. It may have just been them being on two different pages, him wanting something new and exciting in the form of either a new partner or to focus on projects, financial projects, and the energy of wanting to break free from routine or something that someone feels stuck in. Teyana Taylor seems to have wanted to make it work, but it was already running its course, it seems. Page of Pentacles, another concern about money, negative concerns about money. So this is someone that may be greedy or may not be putting in the work to get what they want out of something. This is an immature energy, and this idea of having the finances blocked is reinforcing what I was thinking on this Nine of Pentacles, that whoever was in this relationship to benefit financially was not seeing those benefits. And I energetically am feeling like that's Aaron. Aaron was not seeing the financial benefits, the fruits of the labor of being in this relationship with a very beautiful woman. Teyana is hot. I mean, I've never seen abs like that. You can shred cheese on her abs. That's how chiseled she is, which is just, that body is gold. She's amazing in terms of her physique. And I haven't seen any of her acting, but I assume that it's good if she's in these conversations for awards. I don't know the music, but I did see that she was dancing really good on the BET Awards. So seems like she is very talented and she's not bad on the eye. So it's not to say that he was suffering being with her. He must have found her attractive. She has a lot of what seems like attractive qualities from the outside looking in, but he may have had his eyes on the real prize, which for him seems to have been financial incentives. What can this do? What can this public relationship do to help benefit my career? Will I attract more lucrative opportunities? And it seems like he wasn't really seeing that as quickly as he would like, or at all. So that may have been a motivator behind him losing his passion and desire for that relationship and wanting to just break up, be set free, and focus on other things or other people. Oh, this Four of Wands, stability, celebrations, the family, the household. So maybe Teyana wanted to step into long-term planning in the relationship. Like, let's actually do things that couples do when you're in love and want to plan for the future. Let's think about getting a house together. Maybe, what about commitment? What can we do in this relationship to show each other more commitment that we're building long term? So this seems to have been a problem in the thinking between the two of them. As we said earlier in the cards, they were on two different pages, where Teyana may have been thinking long-term commitment, and he was more, Pierre may have more so been thinking about short-term benefits in terms of publicity, promotion of whatever they were trying to promote, and financial career benefits in terms of opportunities, good playing opportunities. So based off of these cards, it looks like that was what was behind the breakup. Also, someone was very manipulative and emotionally immature with this Magician card in reverse. Someone knows that they have a lot of skills, tools, leverage, or appeal in order to manipulate others, which I would think that was Aaron, because he seems to have come into this relationship with motives, while Teyana came with her heart, with her emotions, ready to embark on something new. So she was more open and he was more intentional in terms of trying to extract value from the relationship, while she was thinking that this was something that they could really grow and build from. But ultimately, they are on two different pages, so that's why they broke up. I'm sorry to see that, TT, but at least you're still hot, and at least it looks like your career is pumping. So let's shift into a reading for that, Spirit. Let's see if Teyana Taylor will win any awards this year. More specifically, Sweet Butter Baby wants to know, will Teyana Taylor win an Oscar? Which I don't know if the Oscars is just for movies or does it include shows? Because I thought that Teyana was just in shows, but she may have been in movies too, which, yes, it would make her eligible for an Oscar, I guess. Wait, let's just have a look. Yeah, I actually want to shuffle this a little more because these are the exact cards that we just got in the previous reading. All right. Shuffle it facing upwards. Okay, the cards are extra stiff, as I said. Oh, smart. Yeah, actually, that would be a great time for me to switch to another deck, because this one is a little difficult. since it got wet last week, but also I've already done a few readings on this, so let's maybe change the energy with another deck. Great idea, F. Toby, my co-reader. I love that I have a following of tarot readers. That is the biggest compliment and reward for me, is to have other tarot readers recognizing my work, what I'm doing here, and it's also legitimizing what I'm doing here. So I actually won't accept these because I want to ask the question properly while I'm shuffling. These cards are thicker, so I'm going to try shuffling sideways. So, Spirit, will Teyana Taylor win an Oscar, Golden Globe Awards, some sort of award for all of her great work in film and shows last year, Spirit? Will Teyana Taylor win an Oscar or some big award in the entertainment industry? Will she win an award? Sweet Butter Baby, what do you think she's going to win for? Oh, she's in a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Wow. She's got a Golden Globe. She already has a Golden Globe nomination for it. Okay, wow. What's the name of the movie? Well, Leonardo DiCaprio is big league, so wow. I didn't even realize she was in such high profile projects and company like that. That's, if you are seeking big awards like the Oscars, and that is the correct, she's in the right lane, she's in the right company. Amazing. All right, Spirit, let's see. Will Teyana Taylor win an Oscar or a Golden Globes? Will she win a big award in the entertainment industry, Spirit? Let's get some cards out. Let me also try to shuffle like this one more time. It's called One Battle After Another. She plays Leo's baby moms. Okay. Okay, interesting. She's a hot baby moms. All right, what do we get? Wow. Well, she is determined to win something with this Chariot card. She is feeling ambitious at this time. She's aggressive, and we can translate that into working on a lot of projects. She's very dedicated to her business and her craft at this time. We have known Teyana Taylor for many years, from way back when she was on Sweet 16. It was a show, a reality show that would show these very lavish Sweet 16s. I think it was on MTV or something. And then she was in the music industry, and we didn't see much music, but we saw her pop out with her hot body in the Kanye West Faded video. And now we see her actually being very active in the entertainment industry. So it seems like now that she is in her flow of the work is there, the music's there, the attention, the publicity, the press is there, seems like she's keeping her foot on the gas with this Chariot card. So whether she wins or not, she's going to continue to try to put herself in alignment for that by working on prestigious projects, like something that would have a high profile actor like Leonardo DiCaprio. So she may want this. This card may be communicating that she actually wants to be recognized. She would like an award. She's working hard towards elevating herself in her career. The Empress. Wow. She is abundant. She is in control. She is feeling very confident at this time. So again, no cards indicate if she will or won't, but she's feeling herself at this time. Teyana feels like she might actually deserve it. She's confident that she could win something. So this is really great energy. This is all her. Motivated, determined, confident, fruitful, abundant. She is, as I was saying, putting herself into a lot of projects to try to increase her chances or her opportunities to win an award, to be recognized, to continue to level up and grow in her field and in her industry, in the entertainment industry. Okay, but she's not being too crazy with the money, with this Four of Pentacles indicating that she is being conservative with her spending, conservative with her funds, or she may be dealing with films that may not be paying as much, and she may be willing to take on lower paying roles just to be in the position to be recognized. So maybe a film working with Leonardo DiCaprio, they might leverage that because it's with a big name, you're going to take less money versus you can maybe get a little more money working on this other project with some no name. She's probably saying, well, I'll rather take the project that's a little less money for now so that I can get my recognition and visibility up so that I can really put myself in alignment for the success that comes in the version of awards and recognition. So Teyana's being careful with the money, smart with the money, and maybe even strategic about taking on projects that may not pay as much, but they may be very helpful to her goals and being successful. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chats. She shoots a gun while pregnant in the movie. What a visual. That sounds, actually, it seems like she would be the perfect to cast for something like that. Since she's still got her edge, she's from Harlem. So you also said, I heard Teyana fell out with Meagan Thee Stallion when Meagan trashed her house after she let her stay there. So what? Whoa, I didn't hear about that. Thanks for bringing me that tea, sweet butter baby. Okay, so now hold on. Temperance. There's some imbalance. So usually the temperance card indicates there is balance between the earthly world, the spiritual world, balance in one's emotions. This is about internal balance, but this card indicates an internal imbalance. So there's a few things that this card could mean. The fluidity could be communicating one's, if you see this rainbow sweater, it could indicate someone's gender fluidity, which I think Teyana Taylor has been public about that. But in regards to her career, the imbalance may be communicating that she's putting so much of herself into certain projects and not allowing herself to have enough for herself, for enough time and energy for her personal life. Let's see where this is going in terms of what does this imbalance have to do with her potentially winning an award. Okay, 3 of Wands. This is expansion upon existing progress. So she definitely has her eye on the prize. She definitely has her eyes on growth, as we said in these earlier cards, where she's very determined to stay busy and take on as many projects in her industry as possible, successful projects, even if it's not the most high paying. She wants the ones that will align her for success and recognition in the form of awards. But after this temperance card, as I was saying, maybe there's an imbalance where she's giving so much to her career that she's not focusing on her personal life or any other areas of her life that maybe need attention. So let's hope that she doesn't burn out because of her grind. But so far, it seems like she is just finally seizing the moment after so many years of being somewhat dormant in the industry. I don't blame her for wanting to take the bull by the horns and seize as many opportunities at this time as possible, which is why she has generated this awards buzz. Okay, 3 of Pentacles. So this is the first card that makes me feel like she will not win an award, because as much as she is trying to keep herself in that conversation and align herself with other successful people in her industry, there's still something about people in her industry that do not see her as credible, like as they don't want to legitimize her with an award. Energetically, that's what I'm getting from this card. Energetically, that's what I'm getting from this card. They don't want to put her on a pedestal and make her feel like you've already made it. Something about this card is giving me the energy that it's like, you just got here. You're not one of us yet. You haven't put in all the work that we have for us to splash out all these awards on you yet. There may be even, let me just drink some water. Sorry, I'm choking here, guys. There may even be some haters or competitors in her industry that just don't want to see her step into that kind of success or recognition as yet. So while Teyana Taylor may be working very hard to earn an award or to earn the buzz and being in those conversations about getting awards, Oscars, Globes for her acting, or maybe eventually a Grammy for her music, the industry may be somewhat working against her, somewhat hating on her, somewhat not ready to reward her yet for all that she has accomplished or all that she has been a part of. Yeah, it's a heavy burden. 10 of Wands indicates it's an uphill battle for her to try to gain the favor of these people. What I got from this card is like gatekeepers. There's certain gatekeepers in the industry that are not ready to reward her, and for her to try to gain their approval is an uphill battle. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult at this stage. So she's taking on a lot. Teyana's taking on a lot in terms of keeping herself busy in her industry and striking while the iron is hot. But that may be something that she will have to continue to work on if she indeed still has her eye on this prize, still has her eye on the idea of winning award against people that are not, people in her industry that are not really ready or willing to award her with it. It seems like they're working against her. But she's determined and she will continue to push forward. This Queen of Wands is the energy of someone that is courageous, bold, confident, someone that's very attractive. People come to your side and they'll be inspired by you and how much you're doing and how great you're doing it. This is also someone that is independent. So she may be looking to, when I just said independent, what I'm getting is that she's trying to separate herself from her peers. And that may be part of the reason that it's difficult for her to reach the version of success that she is going for. In general, it just looks like there's still a lot of work to do, but she's fired up and she's ready to keep pushing forward with trying to reach her goals and doing as many high profile or visible projects as she can. And I'll take one more look at the bottom. Yeah, good point, sweet butter baby. She is a Sagittarius. This is an Aries card. The Queen of Wands is an Aries, but this is fire energy, just like fiery Sagittarius, which Teyana Taylor is one of them. Ooh, the bottoms of the decks. Did I pull this out correctly? Yes, I did. Yeah, there are delays and obstacles to her getting a reward, an award, which, as I was saying before, I think the delays and obstacles are coming from these gatekeepers that are not ready to recognize her in the industry as yet. They feel like she still needs to pay her dues. So they are going to block her from getting those awards, despite her possibly still at least getting nominations, which will be great because she'll at least still enjoy that buzz, that recognition. But this tower moment indicates that things will crumble. So I wonder if this is saying that Teyana may be hot for now, but she won't be hot forever. All of this stuff that she's working towards, everything that she's building up, it's good that she's striking while the iron is hot because things might cool down for her after this season of awards, after this award season. The Tower card indicates that something that someone has built will crumble. Some sort of disaster that someone doesn't see coming. I mean, it could also just be that a project that she's in, a high profile project that she was going to be a part of, maybe it doesn't move forward anymore. Something that she was looking forward to doesn't move forward anymore. But based off of these last cards, oh wow, look, Ace of Cups in reverse. She'll be a little disappointed. It seems like she will not get an award and she will not get an Oscar this year, to answer your question, sweet butter baby. But at least she is grinding. At least she is still enjoying success and occupying herself, keeping busy in her industry. So that's good for her. She's at least seeing a lot more opportunities than most, and she's determined to grow, determined to expand. Her energy is very attractive for the abundance that she is looking to create and manifest at this time. And it's good that she is trying to be smart or careful with the money. I just wonder what that Temperance card may have meant, since it seems like that imbalance may have something to do with her pouring so much into this versus pouring into herself. So maybe this could also be saying that her personal life, Teyana's personal life, has experienced this tower moment, as we just did a reading on her recent breakup from Aaron Pierre, and that may be part of why she's feeling this emotional loss, this emptiness that she may be feeling in her personal life may contribute to her decisions to really focus on keeping her foot on the gas with her career. And it remains to be seen if that is sustainable. Usually someone has to bring things back to balance to regain order in their life. So hopefully after she gets through this stage of focusing on her grind and trying to get as much recognition or awards for her work as she can in the film and movie industry or shows and in her music, hopefully afterwards she'll be able to circle back and start to focus on her personal life again to fill her cup. Because from the previous card, that last 4 of Wands that we saw, it looks like she does ultimately want to focus on family again. And one second, why is it, it's noisy back there, stream fairies. Can you guys, I think you have to take off your audio. Okay, yeah, so as I was saying, it seems like that is a personal goal that Teyana Taylor is going to have to work on, is to try to heal from any loss in her personal life and bring balance back after she gets through all of her ambitions and all this busy season that she seems to be in. All right, so let's switch to another reading. Since we just spoke about one hot Englishman, Aaron Pierre, let's switch to another hot Englishman, Anthony Joshua. Let me take a quick break because I'm having some audio difficulty, you guys. I'll be right back, and we still have quite a few readings to go. For those of you on the stream, I'm just reminding you guys, I have Anthony Joshua, Jude Bellingham, Meagan Good, and Jonathan Majors. We're going to check in on them. I have a reading on Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau, a reading request on Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato, Ariana Grande, Jamie Foxx, Kim Kardashian, Timothee, Chalamet. Lots of requests. Lots of requests to see if we can get to it all tonight, or as many as I can get to. But I will be right back. I'm just taking a quick break, and as the great Wendy Williams would say, Queen of Tea Wendy Williams would say, grab a snack and come on back. Testing audio. We are back. And we are about to dive into a few more readings. Let me just make sure that I am visible and audible on all platforms. You guys give me some cute emojis in the chat if you can see me, if you can hear me. Let me see if I can check on my end. All right, looks like we're good on YouTube. Thank you guys. And then let me just check the other platform. Yep, there we go. I am good on Twitch. Awesome. All right, we are back. Thank you for your hearts, F. Toby. Hearts right back at you. All right, so we were going to, thank you for the thumbs up. Let me get my notes back up. We were going to, since we were just speaking about another handsome Englishman from London, Great Britain, let's switch to another very handsome. Thank you. Yes, happy SHINE-IVERSARY. Woo! That's why I'm so sparkly for you all today. A little extra to start the year off, since this is the first stream of the new year, but it's also the first stream of the beginning of the second year of my channel, my SHINE-IVERSARY, my 1-year anniversary of the channel. So thank you for that, Kuchunga. All right, so since we just spoke about Aaron Pierre, let's speak about another hot Englishman from the UK that we learned about over the holidays, Anthony Joshua. Woo! I gotta pop that fan when I talk about him, honey. He is hot. Super duper. Super duper hot Anthony Joshua. We learned over the holidays that he is a boxer with Nigerian origin, born and raised in the UK. And he did a big fight against, what's his name? Who knows? Who cares? It was a big fight on Netflix, and he won the fight, but he also won the heart and the eyes of many women across the US that had seen him and learned about him for the first time. Let me say that again. He also won the attention, the gaze, the admiration of the many women across the US that have seen and learned about him for the first time through the publicity and promotion of that fight. So Anthony Joshua, after celebrating the victory of winning that fight and enjoying the glory and the recognition of this new audience, this new market that had learned about him and had become fans of him overnight, he became like a sex icon, a sex symbol, because of how attractive he is. He is 6'6", really tall, dark, and handsome. He's got all the muscles. He's got the V, ladies. He's got the V. Oh my God. Super duper attractive. But from glory and celebrations, unfortunately, he had to go to tragedy in such a short time span. Within 10 days from his win, we learned that Anthony Joshua was in Nigeria at the time, and he experienced a tragic and fatal car accident that he survived, but his best friends / trainers, 2 of them, passed away, unfortunately. So there was a lot of speculation around what possibly happened in that car crash. What's the truth about what happened? Why did it happen? Some people that believe in spiritual conspiracies feel that that energetically was some sort of payback, in terms of people feel that powers that be may have been bothered that a black man was on top of the world, in terms of winning a fight that maybe they feel was supposed to be fixed against him. Maybe they feel like to see a black man being celebrated so much was something that they had to nip in the bud. So some people speculate or believe in conspiracies that maybe that was an intentional spiritual warfare or spiritual hit that happened to Joshua to kind of knock him down several notches after being on top, coming off of his win, his boxing win, and all of the celebrations that followed from everyone learning about him. Others feel that it's just a sign of the poor infrastructure of an undeveloped country such as Nigeria, where there may have just been a unfortunate chain of events that led to that accident. And yet some other people, which is the worst of all, this rumor that, or conspiracy that some people think that, well, now that Anthony Joshua has entered this stage of his life, this stage of success, some people that believe in like Illuminati conspiracies feel that, oh, he had to sacrifice 1 or 2 people in order to gain his position in that world, that Illuminati world of success, and, you know, some controlled cult that people think there is behind the scenes of every and anything to do with entertainment and business and finance, and every industry that has at the top of every industry the most successful people. Some people believe, I personally am not really in that group of thought, but some people believe that sacrifices and misfortunes like this tend to follow people that are entering higher levels of success in their life. So it'll be interesting to see what the cards can tell us about what really happened in the car crash, the Anthony Joshua car crash in Nigeria. And let's also see if we can get a message out about what's to come for Anthony Joshua in the future. Okay, so someone made a poor decision, a poor choice with this Lover's card in reverse. It seems like the environment, the elements, the external forces, the decisions that were made are what contributed to that fatal car crash, a tragic car crash. 7 of Pentacles. Okay, someone invested in something. I would take this to mean maybe they were in a rush. Investing in something, meaning you're really trying to meet a certain goal, and it's important for you to accomplish it so you can see the fruits of your labor. And I would translate that because it's the suit of pentacles. This also can, it deals with money matters, but it could also deal with time and things that are of this earth, grounded. So it could be that the night of the car crash, they were transiting from point A to point B, and they were focused on getting somewhere by a certain time to reach some goal of theirs. Okay, the world card reversed. This is a poor mode of travel or a poor choice to travel the way that they did. So maybe they took the wrong road. Maybe they took a certain path that was not ideal because of the rush to try to be someplace by a certain time. It seems like the world card, obviously, it does mean usually accomplishments and the ending of a stage. And in reverse, that means that you didn't do what you were supposed to do to get to the end of the stage, to accomplish or complete whatever this was supposed to be. But it also means travel. And because we are talking about a car accident, a car crash, this could indicate that their choice, their route of travel was not correct. They chose what would be the fastest, but it wasn't the best route of how to get to wherever they were trying to get to. So the Knight of Swords, but it's in reverse. So there was a lot of anxiety and worry about either getting to this place or what could happen. This is the other side of that, though. So this indicates a sense of clarity or certainty after working through some anxiety and uncertainty. I wonder what this could be referring to. So it's like being on the other stage of, you were worried before, but now you're feeling calm. Now you've gotten a grip of your anxiety. So what I'm getting from this is that they couldn't, if it was upright, I would interpret this to mean that they couldn't see clearly. But since it's in reverse, I think this is trying to say the visibility on the road was fine. Maybe they chose this route, or the timing at which they went, the timing at which they decided to traverse wherever they were going from and to. It seems like they chose this time because it would be more visible. They chose this route, this street, this road, whatever decisions they made around how to get to this place and get to this place fast. They chose this route because it would allow them more visibility. That's what I'm lifting the idea of clarity that we get from the Nine of Swords in reverse and translating that into the clarity on the road. So they chose to go at a certain day and time, at a certain time of day where things would be more visible. So this leads me to believe that they did go during the daytime, or maybe it was dawn, maybe it was going from night to day. We haven't heard much about what were the actual conditions at the time that the accident happened, or at the time that they were in this car. But we're getting from these two cards, and for those of you just joining, I'm doing a reading on what may have possibly truly happened in the car accident, the tragic and fatal car accident that Anthony Joshua and his colleagues and best friends were in. And this is all for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So there was clarity, but they took the wrong route. They took this route thinking that it would be faster. They made the wrong choice, is what that first row of cards is telling us. Eight of Cups, walking away from something that no longer emotionally fulfills you. Gee, were they leaving a residence? Were they maybe they were at a party and they were done with that? They had just had fun and they were just trying to go home, or maybe, what I'm getting from this is that there was some social environment that they were just trying to get out of, something that they were trying to leave, which would cause them to have a sense of urgency about time. Something that emotionally was draining. It seems like for Joshua or for his people, that's the reason that they were in a rush to leave. And that's what I'm getting from that. Page of Cups reversed. This is emotional immaturity. This is insecurity. This is someone that's unfocused. So the driver may not have had their eyes on the road. There may have been something, definitely some missteps, some poor choices, but something to do with sight, because for a moment I was thinking the Nine of Swords may have been trying to communicate something about the clarity, the visibility on the road. But the driver may have been distracted or unfocused, because I believe that's one of the descriptions of the Page of Cups is someone that's daydreaming. So that's why I'm interpreting that, to translating that to mean someone that may have been distracted or unfocused, maybe took his eyes off the road for a moment, which it's very odd that we haven't heard anything about the driver. Did this driver survive? We're assuming yes, they did, but who was the driver? What decisions did the driver make? Why did the driver take that road? What were the conditions? We only heard about Joshua surviving, Anthony Joshua, AJ surviving, and his friends, unfortunately, not. So very odd that we didn't hear about the driver, but based on these cards, it looks like there may have been a moment that the driver either took their eyes off the road or they got distracted. And again, there was some pressure to leave an area or a place or an event where they as in the guests, Anthony Joshua, his friends, his colleagues, they were getting drained. They were over it, and they really just wanted to get to where they were going as fast as possible, which is part of the reason that hasty decisions were made, according to these cards so far. Knight of Wands reversed. Indeed, there was haste. They were in a rush, and that created chaotic energy. The Knight of Swords in reverse indicates scattered energy, rush, frustration, anger, and this impulsiveness, which it seems like it's comes from, as I said before, a desire to get to somewhere quickly and as efficiently as possible, because we're so over this, we really want to get out of wherever we were. That haste and that moment of being unfocused is what the atmosphere that created this poor decision that I'm assuming the driver made, or that the group made in general, by taking that route. So there's nothing thus far to indicate that this was anything to do with spiritual warfare or conspiracies. This seems like it was just human error and a huge misfortune. Let's get one last card out for this reading. Yeah, Five of Swords. So this usually indicates abuse, violence, conflict, definitely lots of fighting and arguing. It indicates pettiness, someone getting things done and going about it in a dirty way. So I would translate this to indicate a sense of irresponsibility. Like, as we established in the previous cards, the right choices were not made. The choice of which route to take, the timing of the day to take that route, the priorities of being in a rush, the mistake made of taking one's eyes off the road. They were probably going at high speed. They were going very fast based off of this Knight of Wands. And it's a petty mistake, but that conflict is ultimately what led to this very tragic and unfortunate series of events and loss. So very sad to see that indeed it was just human error and something that could have been avoided. And especially, again, just pointing out how unfortunate the timing is for AJ to go through this shortly after experiencing so much victory. Yeah, a need for rest and recovery. So maybe the driver also wasn't well rested. Since we're getting this Four of Swords card in reverse, this indicates someone that needs to rest. But in reverse, this indicates that someone is overdue to try to rest and recover and may have been resistant to that. Maybe the driver was driving all night. Maybe there are many ways to interpret this, but ultimately, we can just conclude that there were missteps and poor choices made that led to that car accident. Some other ideas that I had here is, as I was saying in one of the previous readings, whenever I see the Four of Swords or even the Nine of Swords, both of them have people in a bed. And so that could also point, that could also point to one's health. Like, what is their state of mind or the state of their health and well-being at the time that they are making decisions. So perhaps the driver was not well rested, or the mental state of mind, he wasn't thinking things through clearly, because he may have just been too energized and restless and eager. We're getting those themes of rush, hurried energy, scattered, chaotic energy again with this Four of Wands, indicating a need for rest or restlessness that I would pinpoint to be the energy of the driver. So that is really unfortunate to see. And I can only imagine how hard this has been for Anthony Joshua emotionally, losing not only his trainers but his besties. It sounds like they have a lot of history that they went through, many years of friendship, and they had a really nice brotherhood. And the footage of them playing ping pong, table tennis right before the accident was just really sad. So I will switch the energy to a positive, hopefully positive reading on Anthony Joshua now. Spirit, let's see what's to come for Anthony Joshua. What's to come next for him? He did have a fight schedule that has been rescheduled. Obviously, he is not in the state of mind to fight at this time. He's trying to, first of all, heal, because the way that he was removed from the car, from the footage that was released and circulated, seemed like he may have been injured. We haven't heard clearly any report in terms of what exactly may have been the injury, but he may have had some physical injuries to heal. But certainly grieving the emotional loss is probably going to be the biggest and the heaviest burden that he carries from that for such a long time, that he'll have to heal from and work through. And especially, I mean, he went back to the UK, and I'm sure he has to face the family, the surviving family of both of those friends that he lost, and grieve with them, which is very bittersweet. So I would be curious to see what's to come for him on the other side of this, with this newfound success, this newfound publicity that he gained from the fight, and now furthered with the news of this tragedy. What is to come for Anthony Joshua, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out to see what's to come for Anthony Joshua after all that has happened in recent weeks. Let's see what is to come for Anthony Joshua. Let me just pull. My fluff is getting stuck in the cards again. Spirit, what is to come for Anthony Joshua? Let's get a few cards out for Anthony Joshua. What is to come for him on the other side of healing from this very difficult tragedy? This very difficult and unfortunate tragedy, Spirit. Let's get a few cards out of what's to come for Anthony Joshua. Okay. Yikes. So the Four of Pentacles in reverse. There's someone in his life that may be greedy. So I would assume that that means someone might be pushing him to fight again. This is nothing to do with the cards. This is just something that I wanted to mention in the intro. But from the time that I saw the weigh-in, I remember there was a guy behind AJ that was smiling. And I was curious, like, who's that? And I found out that that is the promoter, or the son of the owner of the promotions company. And I don't know, something about him energetically just made me raise my eyebrows. So I wonder, by the way, this is a reminder that this is just for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot. But I wonder if this card may be indicating that he, the promoter or the promotion company may be greedy, may be trying to push Anthony to take advantage of the new popularity, fame, and visibility that he has gained from doing this fight, and the people seeing how attractive he is. They may be pushing him to seize that moment as soon as he is better emotionally and mentally. They may be in his ear trying to encourage him to strike while the iron's hot and get this money. Let's go do more fights while you have eyeballs and a new fan base, a new group of interest, even if it's just to see how attractive he is. I'm sure there's a lot of ladies that are interested in tuning in for a couple of boxing matches now. So there may be someone pressuring that. Yikes, yeah, the strength card. So as I was saying, someone might be pushing that idea of strong-arming Anthony Joshua and saying, hey, let's get out there. But this could also be pointing to Anthony Joshua's inner strength, the strength and resilience that he will have or exercise. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm decent. I'm seeing some things in the playback that I'm like, let me make sure I'm not slipping out. In case he ever sees this, you know? So yeah, this may be pointing to Anthony Joshua's inner strength and letting us know that he will get to the other side of this tragedy. He will be able to heal emotionally and mentally and get back to fighting form. But let's remember that first interpretation of maybe someone might be exercising their power and their strength to try to push him to pursue money and pursue fights at a time that it would gain a lot of money for him and whoever manages or promotes him. 7 of Wands. Interesting. So this indicates someone that is on top and defending themselves, defending their position on top. So defending champ is what I just heard. So indeed, he may be going into more battles or more boxing matches, more fights soon after this grieving period. But again, it seems that the motivation is someone behind him, most likely the promoter, being greedy and telling him, go for it, please, let's set up all these matches while there is interest and publicity surrounding you. So not surprised to see that, unfortunately, because it seems like that is a big theme in the industry. If anyone remembers when Mike Tyson had his Don King was his promoter, and Don King was very money hungry and motivated, but Don King was snaking Mike Tyson and took his money. So I hope that's not the case here. I hope whoever is behind Anthony Joshua's promotions and management, they're not trying to take from him, because that's another interpretation we could see here with the 7 of Wands, trying to fight against people in your own organization, your own management team that may be trying to finesse you financially, and ultimately the strongest will prevail. So mental strength as well as physical strength seems to be physical strength in terms of power, I would say, not literally fighting someone. I mean, fighting someone for the matches, yeah, but let's hope it doesn't come to blows amongst Anthony Joshua and his actual management team and promotions team, which I doubt it. He seems like a very elegant and emotionally mature man from the little bit of clips that we've seen of him and learned of him. Wow, and that's kind of reinforced here by this Knight of Pentacles. This is someone that is smart with their money. They are reliable, they're efficient, they're productive, they are responsible, they're conservative, they are grounded. So Anthony Joshua is a Libra, but this may be his energy in terms of being smart about the money. This could also be someone coming with a proposal, someone offering him money for a fight. It seems like the money is very much a motivator and incentive and a priority, not necessarily in Anthony Joshua's energy, but for those around him. People might be like, hey, come do this. Look at how much money you can get here. You still have this name. You still have this new fame that we want you to take advantage of, and that's why we can offer you more money here. So he may be offered a deal that he can't refuse, a deal to fight. If we look at the visuals of those two cards, a deal to set up a boxing match. Yikes. 10 of Swords. This indicates that there's something that's coming to an end. So this could be, wait a second, can you guys hear me? It's testing audio. Okay. What time is it? Let's see. Okay. So there's something that's coming to a painful end. Yikes. I wonder what this could be. Will he be removing himself from the boxing industry? Maybe because he's lost his trainer and his strength and conditioning coach, it may be difficult for him to find the motivation to get a team again and to get back into that mode of training and fighting. So I wonder if this is letting us know that he may actually do one more fight and then remove himself from the boxing and entertainment industry, because I do remember seeing a clip of him saying that if he could go back in time, he wouldn't have become a boxer. And if you're a boxer and you have to go prepare for a fight, I think it pushes him to confront the fact that his trainer and conditioning coach are no longer here. So it reopens this wound, this emotional wound that he is in the process of trying to grieve and heal from. And as strong as he is, it may be too much for him to bear long term. It may be something that he finds some replacements. The coach, the trainer, the strength and conditioning coach, he finds some replacements. They may not be as good as his previous people that have passed away. And it also may be a reminder of how painful it is for him to have lost those friends and people that were a part of his team. So maybe the match doesn't go as he would have planned. He just goes through with it to get the money. But ultimately, it may be one of those, this might be my last fight. They might promote it along the lines of, you know, this is it. Come and see my last one, because I might be leaving this industry for good because it's opening too many wounds. That's what I'm getting from that. And again, we do have the people that may be motivating him to push for more fights, more than one fight, more than one last hurrah. But his energy may be so heartbroken and disappointed in the replacements not being as good as his previous to get him in fighting form, that he may feel like it's just too much to bear to constantly put myself in a position to be reminded of this loss. I'm done with the boxing industry. Maybe. Let's see what the following cards say. 2 of Wands. Preparing and planning. So immediately I got looking to expand into new horizons. So he may switch off if he decides to end things with boxing, the world of boxing, because that may be too much of a painful reminder. He may have his eyes on Anthony Joshua may have his eyes on expanding into different business ventures still using his brand and his image to do something else that's lucrative and successful. So it won't be just not working for the rest of his life. It'll just be transitioning from one industry to another, it seems like, based off of these cards. Yikes. Death card. Indeed. What I just said seems to be reinforced with this death card. Transformation. Stepping into a new chapter in your life, which requires the previous chapter to end. So indeed, I do feel like, based off of these cards, which I'll get one more before I conclude. Yeah, the money's not enough to keep him in this. I do feel like, based off of these cards, this was the Queen of Pentacles, by the way, indicating a work-life conflict. There's an imbalance between, hold on, let me show you guys this. There's an imbalance between what someone wants in their personal life and the demands of their business life, their work life. So this imbalance is not going to be sustainable, and it is contributing to Anthony Joshua's decision to possibly step away from the world of boxing altogether, bring that to an end, expand his horizons, and explore different and new business ventures. is what I'm getting from these cards, that he might do one more big fight and then be done with it because it's too painful of a reminder for him to experience to be reminded of the loss and experience the replacements that are maybe not as good as his buddies that he lost. And this pressure, this financial pressure, it seems like he would rather live smart with his money instead of focusing on making more money. Oh, well, I hope that Anthony Joshua is able to heal in peace. He's able to have as much time as necessary to grieve and heal, recover, work through a lot of the many high emotions that I'm sure he has felt because of this tragedy, and return to his industry or any kind of work at his convenience. Do things on his terms the way he would like to. And of course, get paid. I hope he doesn't get taken advantage of financially. As I mentioned in a previous example with Mike Tyson, that was something that we saw there. So good luck with that, AJ. We give him a special heart. Special heart for Anthony Joshua. Super hot, super attractive. And part of what makes him attractive is that he seems like a really authentic, sincere guy. Like, I love his candor. Like, in the few interviews that I've seen of him, it seems like he's very just dreamy. All right, let's switch off into yet one more Englishman before I go back across the pond. I'm going to do a quick reading on one more Englishman, football, soccer player, star athlete Jude Bellingham, who I recently did a Love Life reading on. Someone requested to also have a peek at what's to come for him career-wise. So similar to what I just did for Joshua, let's see what is to come for Jude Bellingham, who is a top young talent in his sport. So his future must be bright, and I'm sure there are many top teams competing to get him. I mentioned a multi-million-pound bid that one of the top football teams put forth for him last time I read on him. So let's see what the cards say about Jude Bellingham's career, Spirit. What's to come for Jude Bellingham? Let's get a few cards out. Actually, let me also do this version of a shuffle to refresh from the previous reading. These cards are really thick, so I kind of have to do this sideways shuffle thing instead. What's to come for Jude Bellingham, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out to see what is to come for Jude Bellingham. Career-wise, what are we going to see from Jude Bellingham? Okay. Did all of these pop out? Oh, okay. So it seems that he is hesitant to make a change at this time. Jude does not want to take on any changes in terms of maybe not receptive to a change in teams, even though teams may be putting forth big bids for him. He's hesitant to embark on the experience or the adventure of joining a new team, switching to a new team. But then we did get this Queen of Cups indicating he may have fondness and emotional ties to his existing team. I forget which one is he on. He's on one of the Spanish teams, even though he's English. He's from the UK. But he may have a certain kind of love or a brotherhood for his existing team mates or the management team that he enjoys, that he likes. So he will not be looking to get traded anytime soon. That may be a conversation that happens down the line. But then we have this Knight of Pentacles reversed. This indicates someone that is unreliable. This is someone that may not be putting in the work to get the rewards, or the work that they're putting in leaves them feeling unrewarded. This could also be someone that's a bit of a perfectionist. So I wonder if this might eventually cause him to consider a new team. While his heart is with his current team, eventually he may feel like it's no longer rewarding. I'm putting in all this work and I'm not getting what I wanted out of it, which I don't know what else do you get out of being an athlete other than the money and the recognition. Maybe there would be frustrations if the team is not winning, and maybe that's where he feels like I would do better on a team where I can actually win and get some more accolades and recognition to match my level of athleticism. Although I did see a picture with him with one of those big trophies, so it seems like he has won somewhere something with one of the teams. I don't know if it's the team that he currently is on, but it seems that eventually he's going to be looking for something more rewarding that his team may not be able to give him, even though currently he is emotionally satisfied or caring and enjoying of his current team environment or management team or the teammates. Knight of Wands in reversed. So there may be haste to make a change or a choice, or this may be Jude's energy. He may be someone that's a bit impulsive or aggressive or fiery. This is scattered energy, chaos, frustration, anger, impulsiveness, and this may be around making a change or a decision. As I said, there may come a time where he is no longer satisfied with something about the team. He doesn't feel that it's rewarding. And let's see if that impulse would cause him to switch to a team prematurely or choose the wrong team. I'm not sure what that's trying to communicate yet. We're getting a lot from the Suit of Pentacles. This is, oh no, I'm thinking about the previous reading. So we have another card here from the Suit of Pentacles. This is the Queen of Pentacles, indicating that there is someone looking to nurture their finances, someone that's a provider, someone that's generous, someone that is good at keeping work-life balance. So this could actually be someone or a team that may offer a attractive deal to Jude. They may say, hey, come over here. We'll take care of you. We got more than enough money, to meet your wildest dreams, your highest demands. But also our team will support you in these ways. We have these players that are filling in some of the blanks that maybe you felt in the other team that didn't allow you to feel the rewards or the recognition that you were looking for. If you come to our team, we will give you that support and we'll be very generous about the offer that we make you. So that could be an offer that finds him at a time when he's frustrated and angry about not getting what he wanted or expected from his current team, which, as I said before, he's not in a rush to leave. He's hesitant to start something new or make a change because currently he's content. So this seems to be what will come down the line. Hesitant to leave, though. Hesitant to leave the team, hesitant to start with a new one. So this may be what's going on behind the scenes, that he is not ready to start this new chapter. And he is weighing his options based off of these cards so far, in terms of the benefits of me staying here is I like this team, I like this management, but I'm not getting as rewarded as I think I could be for all of my work and contributions, which is frustrating. And these other teams are making very enticing deals, but I'm not sure that I'm ready to throw in the towel yet with the previous team. I'm still trying to want to see all that this experience can get me before I bring that to an end and start something new. Sorry, my ear is itching. There is a reinforcement of hesitation to start something new, which in this case, we could assume it's to be with a new team, although there may be reasons that there could be frustration with the existing team down the line. And of course, things being very enticing. Not another Page of Pentacles, geez. the money is on Jude's mind, or especially on the mind of the people around him. So this Page of Pentacles indicates someone that may be blocked financially because of poor choices due to some immaturity. There could also be greed. There could also be materialism. I think this card also comes with a sense of jealousy. Let me see, because I'm drawing some blanks here. Let me see what this Page of, oh, it's Page. I was looking at the Knight. Yes. Blocked, greediness, procrastination, distracted, inactive. Procrastination. So maybe Jude takes too long to make the decision and the offer will no longer be on the table because he's distracted with the things that he does like about his current team or the current environment, his current situation. So that idea of being blocked could be because he takes too long to make this switch. But it seems like because he's still so good at his craft, he will continue to get offers. So it's probably not something that he's pressed about. He's not really worried about money or prospects of which teams to go to because he seems to be top talent, as I said before. Let me just have one more peek at these keywords before I switch off. And then one more thing that we saw here, the term inactive, the word inactive. I wonder if perhaps he experiences an injury. I was looking for the Five of Pentacles or the Four of Swords to indicate something like resting and trying to heal and recover. But this could also point to the idea of being inactive because either he's injured or there may be something that causes him to have to be inactive, which affects his financial prospects or his financial considerations. Imbalance with this Temperance card in reverse, which we saw in a previous reading. There is some imbalance that he's dealing with internally. And this card could actually indicate something to do with health. Usually, it could point to something to do with one's blood or cardiovascular, but it could also just deal with an imbalance in priorities, an imbalance and indecision between what he prioritizes in his life, since matters of the heart versus matters of the mind and the pocket can sometimes conflict. And when we see this Temperance card, we see that upright, this person who is in balance is shifting the fluid from one cup to another, connected from the spiritual realm to the earthly realm, indicating balance and well-roundedness. But in reverse, that lack of balance, that internal lack of balance, could point to something to do with an injury, as I was saying with this previous Page of Pentacles, and something to do with a imbalance between what he wants with his heart versus what he needs to do with his mind and his money. So what's to come for Jude Bellingham? It looks like a lot of uncertainty in terms of switching teams and when to do it. But there are a lot of offers on the table. There is a lot of potential for him, which is what's making it hard for him to make that decision. And there's also some satisfaction with his existing team. Is it Real Madrid? Is he with, I think he's with Real Madrid, one of those Spanish teams. So yeah, what's to come for him is undecided so far. He's still trying to figure that out. He still has a lot of imbalance and priorities to work through, and he's still very young. This Page is someone who is not yet fully matured. I believe he's only 21 years old and yet still so talented in his field. So it remains to be seen what's to come for him, but definitely considerations to switch teams are a part of what's on his mind and in his energy at some point. And it's just a matter of when he gets frustrated or fed up with his current team, which it doesn't seem to be anytime soon. He doesn't really want to take on anything new yet right now. He doesn't want to let go of the past. So let's see how the energy changes over time once we get more news on Jude. Let's see who is next on the list for tonight's readings. Ooh, we have a few relationship readings coming up. So since we looked at Teyana Taylor a couple readings ago and the breakup that she recently went through, or that was recently reported, let's look at another couple from last year that many speculated about or were curious about. We haven't seen them in a while. This is Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors. Now, Jonathan Majors was an actor that lost a lot of his opportunities after a December 2023 guilty conviction for misdemeanor assault and harassment against his ex-girlfriend. He was sentenced to 52 weeks in a domestic violence intervention program and probation, which allowed him to avoid jail time. But this led to significant career impacts, including being dropped by Marvel Studios. Major maintained his innocence, but evidence included testimony and photos of her injuries and audio recording where he said, "I aggressed you," seemingly admitting to the assault. So that's the controversy that was around Jonathan Majors at the time that we learned that Meagan Good was dating him and standing by his side. We then see that a few months after the trial, after his conviction, they got married. Early 2027, in early 2025, they got married a few months after. And they originally began dating in May 2023, which was a year after Megan's divorce to Devon Franklin. She finalized that divorce in 2022. And then Meagan and Jonathan Majors got engaged in late 2024. They then married in a private ceremony in March 2025. So the last we saw of them were some pictures of them dressed up for Halloween back in October. We didn't see any content from them for the holidays. We haven't heard much from them since they enjoyed popping out over the summer, just like all the other couples that we discussed earlier tonight. So because the silence led to a breakup in the Teyana Taylor relationship, some people are curious to see what's up with Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors' relationship. Are they still together? Will their marriage last? Will they have children? Meagan Good is 44. She is a Leo. She has no children. Jonathan Majors is a Virgo. He is 36. So let's see what the cards have to say. I wonder if I should change decks. Maybe I'll just do one more with this. Okay, so the Fool card popped out for this reading on Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors. And this indicates someone's being risky, or someone's hesitant to take a risk and try something new. But someone's being risky, and let's see if we get more information on that. Okay, someone's ready to be outside. The Hermit card indicates that after a prolonged period of solitude and introspection, or we can consider this someone getting off the market, no longer being single, someone's ready to pop out and remove themselves from feeling lonely or feeling isolated, meaning they want to socialize again and reconnect with other people and explore their options. So when you're married, you're off the market, you're just with one person. This is saying there's someone in that relationship that does not want to be with just one person anymore. They may be wanting to be outside, as they say, be in these streets and explore their options, which it's unfortunate, but we constantly see that theme in a lot of the other relationship readings that I've done on this channel. So let's see what else we have. Yeah. Someone is restless. This Four of Swords indicates the energy of someone that needs to rest and recover from stress. So us not seeing them being low key at this time may be because they are laying low because of a stressful period in the relationship. It felt energetically like this is Meagan. Ooh, 10 of Pentacles reversed. So the long-term wealth and potential of this relationship is not going well. This is about either financial failures, long-term wealth and legacy, either experiencing some challenge to the long-term wealth and legacy of these two. But in a relationship reading, we could see that this card indicates that they will not make it long term. This happy family that we see depicted on this Ten of Pentacles is doomed. There's some sort of failure. You could say on one hand a financial failure, but this is more so in terms of earthly things, the grounding. This relationship is not grounded or long lasting if we were to interpret this Ten of Pentacles for the state of the relationship. And someone also may feel that they're not getting what they thought they would get out of this relationship long term. Another popular card tonight, imbalance, with this Temperance card in reverse. One side may be giving more than the other. So that may be the imbalance that they feel. Either one of them is putting in more effort in the relationship to make things work. And since I saw this Four of Swords earlier of a female in a bed looking stressed, looking like she needs to rest and recover from this stressful relationship, it feels like it's Meagan. Meagan may be putting in more work to try to make this relationship work, and that is not sustainable long term. Then we have the Page of Pentacles reversed, and this takes me back to the meaning that we just saw in the previous reading, where this indicated someone that may be procrastinating, may be inactive, as in not putting in the work, which we saw here in this Temperance card in reverse. This imbalance maybe because one person in this relationship is not putting in the work, or they're greedy. They're taking all of the effort from the other partner for themselves. And as I said before, it's not sustainable. Meagan, it's not good. Meagan, not good. I'm sorry to see this, girl. But the streets were kind of saying, like, I don't know why Meagan's with the guy that's experiencing that kind of those charges. If he did something to the ex, then why wouldn't you question that he may not be the person you should be setting your future up with? But hey, she moved forward with the marriage, and now that she's in it, that's probably a major stress and headache for her to be with a guy that she is putting in a lot of work to try to salvage the relationship, to keep things together long term, but it seems like it's destined to not work. This also, as I mentioned, I think I said it before, but I want to say it again just in case I didn't. The greediness, as I said, someone taking all of the efforts of the other partner for themselves and not putting in all of the effort. There is a level of immaturity and selfishness here. Ooh, painful endings. Oh no, Ten of Swords. Sorry to say it, but I'm going to have to predict divorce. This Ten of Swords, painful ending. It can't get any better. Things have run their course, and if you stay in this, it's only going to continue to be painful and more self-destructive. So this may be a painful realization that but by they, I more so mean Meagan Good, has to come to, that this relationship is going to have to end. And since they're married, it seems like it's going to be a divorce. Okay, King of Cups. So this is the first positive card that we get in this spread. And this indicates someone who is compassionate, someone who is emotionally stable, and someone who is emotionally stable and considerate, and is able to help make good decisions. So that could be the energy of one of the people in the relationship, or that could be an advisor, someone that assists with the idea of moving forward with a divorce, someone that is the support system, or even someone that, I just got that she might meet this guy afterwards. Okay, interesting. Meagan Good might meet a guy like this afterwards, or one more interpretation that I just got. At the time that she was dating him and fell for him, she may have thought that he was this guy, this compassionate guy, that she felt bad for him. What sign is she again? She's a Leo and he's a Virgo, yeah. So this is a water sign card. This is a Pisces, but either this is someone that will enter their life, more so her life, in the form of being an advisor, a mentor, or this could be a new love interest, or this could have been the energy that Meagan extended to Jonathan at the time that she was dating him, thinking that I could be with this person forever. It may have been that she was blinded by her own emotional state, that she was projecting that onto him, seeing him through the lens of how she sees herself, perhaps. I'll actually pull out a few more cards for that because I'm actually curious now. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me see the bottoms of the decks. Yeah, damn, girl. Ooh, no. Let's get all of these out. Okay, let me put them in order. So, we have here the star, which usually indicates hope and clarity and faith. But when I'm reading these celebrities, every time the star card pops out, it usually indicates, hold on, let me hide that. Every time the star card pops out, it usually indicates that someone has their mind on the fame, the star power, the potential popularity and fame that they can gain from being in a situation. In this case, it's being in this relationship. So it is followed by this Five of Pentacles, which indicates struggles and hardships financially, but also could be in one's health. And then we have this Nine of Wands, which indicates perseverance and resilience. After trying to make this relationship work for so long, which we also saw here in the Four of Swords, enduring all of this stress to try to make this relationship work and see it to the end, it's unsustainable, as I was saying earlier. And it is causing one of them, I would think that this is Meagan, causing a sense of paranoia and exhaustion. So this is part of why the eventual separation or divorce may come down. And a reminder, this is for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot. But these cards are indicating that there's a lot of trouble in paradise. There's an imbalance in the relationship. There is struggle and hardship, especially financially, but we can take this to more so be indicating something to do with the health, since we saw this Four of Swords earlier. Meagan's mental health and her endurance and resilience to try to keep this relationship going, it seems that it's wearing thin. Her endurance is wearing thin. She's carrying a lot on her shoulders with the imbalance in this relationship, with Jonathan being the one to take from her cup. She's putting in all of this emotional labor, and he's not really contributing other than trying to benefit from the proximity to Meagan. It allowed him to feel that he has star power in reach, since he lost opportunities. Having a good woman by his side helped him save some face or rebuild an image of a family man, of someone that can be taken serious and that can be trusted by someone that had credibility in the industry, like Meagan Good, because she herself has been an actor for several decades. So it seems like, similar to what we saw in the previous reading in Teyana Taylor and Pierre reading, these two have different goals and contributions in this relationship. Jonathan Mayers was focused on the image, the fame, the potential opportunities, especially financial opportunities that the relationship could help him attract by rebuilding his image, whereas Meagan Good was emotionally invested and putting in the emotional labor in the relationship to try to make it work. But it does not seem that it will. It does seem like it will end in a divorce. And let me see, how else did these come out? Yeah, because someone's stuck in a very difficult and unhealthy situation. This relationship is unhealthy, and I'm sorry to say this, but this card can even mean abuse. So this may be some sort of abuse. It doesn't have to be physical. It could be emotional abuse, mental, psychological abuse. But there is this sense that someone is keeping themselves in a bad, unhealthy, harmful situation with this Eight of Swords by remaining in this relationship. And the moon card was the last one that I am going to pull from was the last card. And this indicates someone that has fears and anxieties over some illusions. So this could indicate that someone's past, someone's history, someone's traumas are getting the best of them. It seems like Meagan may be questioning a lot of what she thought she saw in Jonathan Majors. She thought he was a certain kind of person. She's not seeing that kind of person anymore, and she's questioning her own judgment. She's questioning, is this something that I could make work, or is this really over? Is this truly abusive, or am I just needing to approach the relationship differently? Should I be pouring more into this? Should I maybe walk on eggshells and cater to him more to avoid whatever conflicts or abuse she may be experiencing? But ultimately, it is way stressful on her. The anxiety, girl. Sheesh, get yourself out of this, Meg. We will not judge you. Believe it. Believe it when I tell you. There are so many divorces that you're smarter and better off just stepping away. I'll take these last two cards just because it seems like they are relevant to this. So the Hanged Man in reverse indicates a resistance to change, a fear of letting go, a fear of letting control go. Sorry, there's a siren. Let me see if I can just let that pass before I continue. This indicates a resistance or a fear of change, resistance to allowing someone else to control, or the external forces to control things. Relinquishing control is something that someone's resisting. So Meagan does not want to get a divorce. She is, as we saw in the previous card, she wants to try to make it work. But ultimately, it'll be a lot healthier for her to step into a different stage in her life where she's not grieving these traumas. Because as I said, with this moon card, it seems like there's something about the past that is making it difficult for Meagan to make this tough decision to step out of this relationship and divorce again. Maybe because she had a divorce in the past, she doesn't want to do that again. But this card, Five of Cups, is indicating that instead of looking at what a loss the relationship would be if she does take a divorce, she has to look at what she would gain. She would gain peace of mind. She would gain, if there's any truth to this possible abuse, allegedly, this is for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot, but if there's any truth to this abuse, she would gain peace and safety in her independence. So it seems like Meagan is at a crossroads or a difficult point in the relationship where she sees that things aren't going well, but she doesn't want to pull the trigger. She's hesitant to tap out and call it quits and move forward with yet another divorce in her life, because it seems like she probably had ambitions to have a family long term, and unfortunately, this is not the guy to do that with. Now, I'll just pull a few more cards to see if they will actually have kids, because with or without a marriage, people can still procreate. And because of her age, at the age of 44, that may be a concern of hers of like, if I don't have a child with this man at this age, then maybe I won't be able to have some in the future. So let's get a few cards out to see, will she have kids with this man, even though the cards indicate this is an unhealthy relationship that she has to get herself out of instead of continuing to fight to make it work. Spirit, let's get a few cards out on this Meagan Good, Jonathan Majors reading to find out, will she have children with him? Let's get a few cards out. Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors have kids? It looked like, okay, it didn't pop out. Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors have kids, Spirit? Wait, something just told me to shuffle it one more time this way. Okay, one more time. Okay. Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors have children, Spirit? Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors have children? Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors have children? Let's get a few cards out for if Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors will have kids. So this looks like a no. This is the 5 of Wands upright, indicating conflicts and competition. Yikes. Is he jealous of her? Sometimes men can be jealous of women, you know, of their ability to move through society with a certain sort of appeal or favor in their minds, of course. But this indicates conflicts, and because of the conflicts either within their relationship, which the previous reading indicated, or conflicts and complications with trying to get pregnant. So thus far, this card indicates that no, they will not. But let's get a few more out to see, to get some clarification or to see why. Oh, wow. Wait, what? Where did these cards come from? They just fell. But maybe this is applicable here. Wow. 3 of Swords, heartbreak, breakup. So it seems like they might divorce or separate before they even make it to have kids. Or this may be, sorry to say this, but if we were to look at the literal, a heart that's lost, maybe it's a miscarriage, allegedly for entertainment purposes only. The complications where they lose this heartbeat, it could be indicating that maybe she might have a miscarriage, or we would be more inclined based off of the previous cards that this would be a divorce or a breakup before they even get to conceive, because things get too conflictive in between them. Then there's something here with business and the King of Swords, but it feels like these just fell out here. So I'm actually going to just shuffle a little more. It didn't feel like that was really supposed to be a part of the pulls. It feels like something that my fluff knocked over. So let me just pull out 1 or 2 more cards here to clarify, Spirit. Will Meagan Good, let me just switch this also. Will Meagan Good and Jonathan Taylors have a baby? Will they have children? And we have here the World card in reverse, indicating another no. It seems like they will not make it to the end of this life stage. They will not. Upright, this could indicate giving birth, but giving birth, a new baby, accomplishing something like a marriage, a graduation, getting to the end of a cycle. But this indicates they will not make it to the end of that cycle. This World card in reverse, I'm once again drawn to think that either there was a miscarriage or they divorced and are separated before they can complete that mission or that cycle of having a child and introducing someone in their, a new baby, a new little heartbeat into their life. But how interesting that we get this Empress card right after. And this is the divine feminine energy that welcomes fertility and abundance, that indicates fertility and abundance. And she's very confident. She's very fertile. So this could indicate that, as I was saying before, maybe Meagan Good will get pregnant, but the baby may not make it to term. Since we have these 2 cards back to back, this heartbeat with daggers and this World card indicating something not coming to completion, not making it to term. So I will leave it like that. We will see what's to come in the future, and then maybe revisit the cards and do a reading with new energy once we see a little more of what's going on with them. But unfortunately, it looks like this is a relationship that will not last long term. It's possibly even abusive and certainly unhealthy and imbalanced. And it may be for the best if she ends up not having a child with this man. It may be God's protection, not rejection. So if things indeed are conflictive or there's complications with the birth, as much as she wants to be a mother and step into family building long term, this may not be the right person if there's any truth to what these cards are revealing. So good luck to Meagan Good and Jonathan Majors. Figure that out, girl. Figure that out. One thing's for sure. In 2026, I hope that male-centered women realize they're not winning. It's not a win to bend over backwards to have a man in your life or to keep a man in your life. So let's see if women of the future can learn from the women of the past. Let's see what we're going to switch into next. We have 1, 2, 3 more readings. 3, 4 more readings. What time is it now? Let's see. Maybe I'll just do... I think I have the energy for 1 or 2 more. So let's go ahead with this Katy Perry reading, since that's also a leftover from the previous. Someone requested to see what's going on with them, and I think I'm going to switch back to this deck. Okay, or maybe for those of you that are on the stream, maybe you can choose. Do you want to see the reading on Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau? Do you want to see the reading on Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato? Do you want to see the reading on Ariana Grande or Jamie Foxx? So I'll definitely have to leave a few of these for next time. Well, let's get started on this Katy Perry reading, since that's a leftover from the last stream. Katy Perry, pop star extraordinaire, California girl, Katy Perry. She is 41. She's a Scorpio. And it seems that she is still with her current flame, former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Justin is 53. He's a Capricorn, and he's actually a Christmas baby. Justin is 12 years older than her, and her ex, Orlando Bloom, Katy's ex, was also a Capricorn. He was 48. He was 7 years older. So it seems like Katy likes an older gentleman, an older man. They were together on and off for almost 9 years, her and Orlando Bloom. They share their 4-year-old daughter with the cutest name, Daisy Dove. What a cute name. And she was a pandemic baby. Daisy Dove was born in 2020 during the COVID lockdowns and cuarentena. So we learned of their breakup shortly before we began seeing pictures of Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. Katy just finished her Lifetime tour last month. It ran from April to December 2025. Now, Justin Trudeau, he shares 3 kids with his previous wife of 18 years, Sophie. They're all mostly teenagers. One is 18, 16, and 11. And they announced their separation back in 2023. So he's been publicly single for 2 years prior to linking with Katy Perry. So there's no mess there, at least not on his part. And a reminder that Justin Trudeau stepped down from the role of Prime Minister in Canada back in March last year. So a few months after, we see him enjoying his romance with Katy. It seems that civilian life is quite nice to him. So let's get a few cards out to know about their relationship. Spirit, what can you tell me about Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau? What is the current energy? Seems like they are enjoying themselves, but we haven't seen them since Katy Perry's birthday in October, when they went to the Crazy Horse Show in Paris. They were in Paris enjoying public outing, and we wonder if they will survive the holiday breakup wave, or if they too are quiet because they're no longer together. Energetically, when I looked at the pictures, it seemed like they have good chemistry. And Scorpios and Capricorns tend to get on very well. Very good compatibility between those two signs. As I mentioned before, she was with her previous ex, who was also a Capricorn, for 9 years, on and off, but still a pretty long time, especially for the entertainment business. So could we expect to see a long-term relationship between Katy Perry and her new Capricorn birthday baby, Justin Trudeau? Or is this just a fling that will that will dim once the new flame spark dies out. Okay, well, actually, this is a large pile, so I won't take these. It's too many. But let me continue to shuffle here. So let's try that again. Ooh. All right. Spirit. What's the energy in Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau's relationship? Will they last long term, or will this new flame fizzle out after the initial spark is gone? So we're seeing the Seven of Pentacles again. It actually popped out in that pile that I rejected because there were too many cards. But it seems that this is indeed for this reading. So this is communicating that one person in this relationship may have invested a lot of time, effort, and resources into this relationship, but they're not getting back what they expected or what they thought, what they wanted out of this. So this is about reevaluation of a plan or the level of investment and effort that someone is putting into something, in this case, this relationship. We have this card again, the Seven of Cups that we saw earlier tonight, indicating someone having the illusion of many choices and likely making a bad choice because they don't see something or someone clearly as what they really are. There may be some delusion or disillusion that does not allow someone to make the best choice. We have the Three of Pentacles, another popular card tonight, indicating something or someone working against the others in terms of, instead of colleagues or other people in your industry or people in your network, in this case, it could be family or support system, your friends, your network that's related to this relationship on both sides. They may be working against the people in this relationship. So maybe someone in either Katy Perry's life or in Justin Trudeau's life, they don't like them together. So maybe they may be contributing confusion or conflicts that cause them to reconsider their relationship. Wow. Yeah, there's something negative about the past. I'm really surprised to see these cards because I thought that they were going to be a great long-term couple to distinguish from all the other couples that we read for tonight, because as I was saying before, Scorpios and Capricorns are usually very compatible, but there's something in someone's past that is preventing them from moving forward positively emotionally. This Six of Cups card indicates that someone may be jaded from their past or affected from something in the past or comparing to something and someone in the past. Someone may even revisit something or someone from their past if someone's reconnecting with an ex, perhaps. But there's something negative about the past that is affecting this relationship and preventing them from taking it to where they thought it could go or what they expected to get out of this. Maybe, as I said before, someone from their network, their personal support systems, or their friend and family network, someone from their past is perhaps contributing to some confusion and difficulty that is keeping them from growing in their relationship. Page of Swords. So someone said something that may be a bit messy. This Page of Swords indicates someone that's talkative, someone that's curious. We can take that to mean someone that may be nosy. And because it follows these cards, indicating that someone from the past or from their networks may be interfering or meddling with their relationship or opining, sharing their opinion or their rejection, what's the word? Objection of the relationship moving forward. Seems like there's a lot of external interference that is influencing the direction of the relationship, preventing them from growing. But they're not ready to give up on the relationship just yet with this Death card in reverse. Someone's not ready for a change or transformation. But when I think about it next to the Six of Cups in reverse, I take it to reveal that someone's not ready to step into a new and better version of themselves. They still may be healing from past traumas that may be affecting the ability for them to move forward in this relationship with a healthier emotionally balanced state. So someone may be having somewhat of a difficult time with an ego death, like a need to step away from an older version of yourself or the connections that you had to the past. You need to step away from it to step into a healthier state in your life for this relationship to move forward positively. And there's a resistance to that change, or resistance to that transformation, which it seems, again, to do with the involvement of other people, heavy involvement from other people. Ooh, there's some dishonesty. And seeing this Ace of Swords in reverse brings me back to this Three of Pentacles. There may be some extracurricular activities. They're not married, but I usually say extramarital affairs here. There may be someone in that relationship having an affair. There may be some cheating, because we have lies, we have a third party, third wheel working against a relationship, someone from the past. So it could be someone rekindling with an old flame with an ex, or someone that is still exhibiting problematic behaviors that they exhibited from their past, due to their past, due to past traumas. Maybe we don't know why Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom broke up, but maybe if she experienced cheating in the past, maybe she assumes that of every guy that she meets in her future, and that causes her to maybe feel like, well, let me step out before someone steps out on me. So maybe it could be Katy that may be exploring her options with someone outside of the relationship, or revisiting and rekindling with someone in the past. Let's pull out one more card to conclude this reading. But definitely there is some dishonesty, some lie there that may be revealed, or unfaithfulness. Yikes. And then we have the Ace of Wands, lack of passion. This could also indicate rejection. I'm so surprised to see these cards. So after what seemed like a really nice start to the relationship, where they seemed very happy and affectionate, whatever passion they had, it may fizzle out, because they may reject the version of themselves that they see in this relationship. Something about this energy is showing that someone still needs to heal from something in the past and remove third parties or external forces, outside parties from their lives, because they're going to block not only this relationship, but any future relationship. And we don't know if that's Katy or Trudeau. I would think that it feels like Katy. Energetically, it feels like Katy. But I don't want to put it past Trudeau either, because the older you are, the more set in your ways you are. So he would be probably more likely to be resistant to change as well. But when you're dealing with traumas, that has nothing to do with age. You can be traumatized. Usually, whatever age at which you experience a trauma, your mentality can be stuck at that age. So it seems like, to my surprise, this relationship won't really make it as far as I thought. And they won't be too sad about it, because it seems like someone's moving on to something better and more enticing with these cards. We have the Knight of Cups, and we have the Five of Cups in reverse. So this idea that there may have been a third party, an affair, some cheating, some dishonesty there. It could have been that someone came, maybe even someone from one of their past, came and made a proposal, and they're following their heart to rekindle with this person or explore what this person has to offer now. This is someone who's very charming and romantic. But then we also saw this, I believe it was in reverse. Did we see the Knight of Cups in reverse? No, we only saw this one in reverse. So the Five of Cups in reverse indicates that someone is on the other side of grief, loss, and disappointment. And I guess this is saying that they won't be too hurt about moving on from this relationship, because they haven't even been together that long. Seems like getting out of this relationship is going to be easy for whoever is exploring their options outside of the relationship, because they'll be moving on to someone that they find charming and romantic, or at least enticing with this idea of a proposal, of someone giving something that could fill your heart, fill your emotions, fill your cup emotionally, I should say. Fill your cup emotionally. So we'll leave it there because I'm quite surprised and it doesn't feel like these cards are for this reading. Surprised. All right. So maybe Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau will not make it that far into the new year, but we wish them well in enjoying the moment, enjoying the fling stage, the passionate stage before things fizzle out and they lose that spark. Interesting that I was actually having a hard time saying that at the beginning of the reading, because that seems to be exactly what the cards indicated, that once that spark is gone, this relationship's not going far. They're not that cleaved to each other. They were just there for a good time, not a long time. Womp, womp, womp. All right, Katy, we'll be interested to see who's next, because she has a very interesting and extensive dating history. We haven't seen much of Trudeau dating, but best of luck to both of them. So let's slip in this reading that Kelsey requested about Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato. Kelsey said that it seems like they once had a secret relationship or a situationship before he got married. Such a short time. Demi OD'd after he got engaged, and Demi's leaked song that came out after Nick got married makes it seem like they had talked about marriage together. Interesting. This is all the tea that Kelsey is bringing to us, or revisiting, because this is old tea. This is from back in the days when they were doing the Camp Rock. So Demi Lovato, a pop star, a singer who is about to embark on her new tour, and she got married last year to Jordan Lutz, or Jutes as he's known in the music industry. She publicly dated Joe Jonas, which is Nick Jonas's brother, for a minute. But there's always been rumors and suspicion that she may have had something with Nick due to their seeming close. Nick and Demi co-headlined a tour together, and they have written songs about each other. The fans speculate, because they never outwardly said that they were dedicated or inspired by each other, but fans like Kelsey have put two and two together and assume that the descriptions or the subject matter in some of the songs was indeed specific to what they perceive Nick and Demi to have shared. There was some unfollowing on the socials around the time that Nick was going to get married in 2018, but the Lovatics clocked that Demi started following him on IG again after their recent Camp Rock reunion performance over the summer. For those who don't know, like myself, Camp Rock was some show that they had on Disney, and I believe that's where they originally met, since Nick Jonas, all the Jonas brothers, and Demi Lovato were originally Disney kids. Very talented, of course, especially Demi Lovato. I love her voice when she hits those highs. Wow. Anyway, Nick remains married to the very beautiful actress Priyanka Chopra, with whom he shares a daughter. And Demi recently married Jutes, which I've covered in a few readings on this channel. I'll include a link to the reading up there for those that will watch the VOD. So let's dig back into history to see, did Demi and Nick have a little something in the past, even though they are now seemingly happily married and moved on with their lives, and they were able to have a very nice reunion during the Camp Rock concert over the summer. Let's see if the cards can let us know if they had a little something in the past. Demi Lovato is 33. She is a Leo. Nick Jonas is a Virgo. He's 32. Spirit, did Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas have a little situationship in the past? A secret relationship in the past? What's this? Too many cards, but it's good to know in case they come back out. Page of Swords, indicating someone might be talking about it or too talkative. Coming out of a time of mental and financial struggle and hardship. Getting over the grief and loss. So let me shuffle it once more so we can try to get some clear messages on this reading on if Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas had A secret, a secret romance in the past. Spirit, give me a few cards. Let's just switch this over again. Give me a few cards to let me know, did Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato have a little something in the past? Maybe just a hookup? Or were there feelings where maybe Demi thought that it could be more since she unfollowed around the time that he was going to marry? Maybe she felt hurt. Maybe she felt deceived or disappointed because maybe they had a little something more behind the scenes. And a reminder, these readings are for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot. Spirit, what can you tell me about Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato? Did they have a secret romance in the past? A secret situationship or relationship in the past on the low, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out for Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato. Whoa, my fluff is getting caught again. Let's get a few cards out. I might have to switch decks because I'm not getting anything. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Ooh. Okay. So we start with the Hierophant in reverse. This indicates the energy of someone that wants to rebel against a group, something that's with a center of belief systems and tradition. It could be a religion, but in this case, we can consider this to represent the industry or the expectations of the industry. There was this rebellious energy, and this energy could be either what brought them together, like let's enjoy this secret affair, this taboo thing behind the scenes. That could be part of what they found attractive in the potential secret romance. Or this energy of rebellion could have been why they didn't get along. Like one of them, it feels like it's Demi, was more rebellious, and Nick Jonas, was probably more conformist. Because I see then the Empress card in reverse, and I also see the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. So I'll start with the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles indicates someone who's unreliable, bored or boring, lazy, work without reward. So what I'm getting from this is something that I was hinting at from the previous card, that there may have been some difference between Demi being a more rebellious energy and Nick Jonas being a more conformist or conservative energy, to the point where that may have even been boring. But we also see this Empress card in reverse, and this is supposed to be the divine, motherly, feminine energy of someone that ushers in fertility, abundance, exudes confidence. But in reverse, it could indicate that someone is lacking confidence, may even have self-doubt or some sort of insecurities. This could also point to creative blocks, something that's blocking abundance and blocking fertility, which they were young at the time. We're not going to consider this in terms of pregnancy and a potential miscarriage. Instead, we'll look at this as maybe the fruitfulness of a relationship growing. There was someone's insecurities that contributed to stopping the potential for that relationship to move forward. And I'm thinking the insecurity may have been, it feels more like Nick Jonas was a bit more particular or careful with this perfectionist energy, careful about his image in the public, versus Demi was more rebellious, more of a wild child, more let's just go against the grain. People may not expect us to be together, but let's just do it anyway. And it seems like that insecurity about public image, but also something about someone's esteem that may have been a turnoff for one of them. The lack of esteem or the lack of confidence may have been a turnoff for one of them. So I'm not getting clarity on if they did have something, but these cards are showing why they wouldn't work. So far, that's what we're getting. Page of Pentacles. So this is a young, possibly immature energy around the finances. So it seems like one or both of them, because they were so young and still getting their start in the industry, or they got a great start, they wanted to focus on their financial prospects, the future of their career and what can come to them. So that's given me yet another reason as to why they may have not moved forward with anything. Yeah, other people in the industry, look at that. 3 of Pentacles. Aren't there 3 Jonas brothers? So this is giving me the energy of I'm loyal to my brother. I don't really want to explore someone that my brother was with. But then again, since it's upright, interesting. I wonder if this is saying that a third party is part of why they weren't able to move forward. One of them started dating someone else. We would assume Nick Jonas, because he ended up marrying Priyanka at that time, he started dating her, and that may have contributed to why they weren't able to move forward with their romance. Still no indication on if they actually had anything. So surprised that in a love and relationship reading, we're getting so many cards from the suit of Pentacles. We haven't seen anything at all from the suit of Cups as yet, which would indicate emotions. So here we have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse, indicating concerns about long-term wealth and legacy, which takes me back to this previous card I saw here with the Knight of Pentacles, being conservative, being perfectionist with their image and concerned about their long-term brand, their long-term image, and this idea of insecurity, not wanting to step out in public with this relationship because of the fear that it would jeopardize the relationship long-term with the family, because this 10 of Pentacles usually indicates the wealth and long-term legacy of a family. After this 3 of Pentacles, it seems that Nick Jonas was resistant to the idea of having a relationship with Demi because he was more focused on his career prospects, which required him to have a certain brand image and also stay loyal to his brothers. He didn't want to be seen in public as someone that would date someone that his brother was with, and he felt that Demi at the time was too rebellious in her energy. She wanted to go against the grain, which would go against his goals and motives to be focused on his money, his bag, his coin, his prospects, his brand, his image. And they're not too sad about it with this 5 of Cups reversed. So even if there was a sense of grief, a sense of loss, a sense of abandonment, the energy is giving us a sense that they moved through that rather quickly. Someone may not have even felt like there was much emotions in the relationship to begin with, is another thing that this card may be telling us. We can interpret it to mean that someone did not see much of an emotional connection in the relationship to feel like they were even betraying by stepping out. So this once again feels like Nick Jonas's energy, that he moved on with Priyanka or whoever else he was dating, and then eventually Priyanka, which is who he's married to now, because he felt like the connection with Demi wasn't even that serious. We didn't have that much to begin with, so there wasn't much to consider or to grieve when I'm exploring a new emotional connection. And that may have been what was hurtful for Demi, to just feel like, I'm just going to unfollow this guy and not have much connection with him, until now she's on the other side of her healing and her marriage and her feeling that her cup has been filled. So now they are able to start anew with this Fool card upright, indicating embarking on a new adventure, but this could just be a new chapter or a new stage in their friendship, or I guess they're just colleagues at this point. But this is a new, fresh energy and a young and somewhat of a fresh start, you could say. Interesting. I still wish I knew if they had something in the past. The cards did not really give me much of that. Let's switch the decks just to have a little fun and to see if we can get more clarity, because this reading gave us all the reasons why they didn't move forward. But I want to know, did they have anything? Ooh, should I try this deck? Let's try it. I'm not sure it's the best. Actually, no, I think I should stick with this tarot deck instead. This is an oracle deck, and I like it because it shows like personas and characters, but I feel like this will be more appropriate. This will be more clear. Let me just check the visibility, make sure you all can still see me, still hear me. Thank you for those thumbs up in the chat to confirm that I'm still Gucci. And let me also set up my decks to remain pretty for you all. Since I knocked over a lot of stuff with all of my pretty fluff tonight. Give me 1 second to set up. Okay. It's like we're back. Okay, let's do a good shuffle on this deck to ask once more, did Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato have anything in the past, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out to find out if Nick and Demi had anything in the past. Hi, Sharon. Yes, I did. Scroll back. I did Anthony Joshua already in terms of what happened in the car crash and what's to come for him in his career. Thank you for joining. All right. Right now we are doing a second reading on Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato to see if they had a little something in the past. And we just got a super energized card. We got the Sun card, but I don't know if it came out upright or in reverse. I guess the cards that follow can help give us some clarity on that. But in reverse, this card indicates that someone is experiencing a temporary low, a temporary depression, or they may have been too optimistic. They may have expected more than what the reality was. So maybe the idea of Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato having something may have been wishful thinking. Maybe one of them wanted that, but the other was not receptive or was never interested like that. And in the cards that we previously saw, something did suggest that there was one party that was not as emotionally invested. So it could be that one of them was a little delusional, but or just not reading the signs of where things really were, where things really stood in that friendship / relationship. So if we believe that this Sun card popped out so fast in reverse, I couldn't tell it was sideways, then we'll kind of consider that to be a no. But let's get a few more cards out to get some clarity. The Hermit card in reverse. So this indicates someone that does not want to be alone or no longer wants to be settled in a relationship with just one person. They want to step out and explore their options. So it seems like we are again getting cards to indicate why they weren't able to have a relationship. Someone wanted to keep their options open and the other person was way too optimistic about the potential of them getting together. Sorry to say, it seems like this was Demi thinking that they could have more than what they did. And this was Nick Jonas wanting to explore his options, keep his options open. Five of Wands, conflictive. Interesting. So maybe they did not naturally have a lot of compatibility behind the scenes. Let me see. Did I have... what were their signs again? Demi Lovato is a Leo. Nick Jonas is a Virgo. So a fire sign and an earth sign. It seems like they would have perhaps had good compatibility, but when you put the signs aside, you know, people are people. So there's something there that was conflictive. Either they, behind the scenes, oh wow, I just heard aggressive. So interesting. So maybe I don't want to put names on it because I'm just reading the energy, but it feels like maybe Nick Jonas felt like Demi Lovato was a little more aggressive, or she conflicted with his goals, as we saw in the previous card. There was some conflict of interest or some conflictive energy between them that didn't align with their goals and their reality, as we're seeing in these previous cards and in the previous reading. So this may be, ooh, yikes. 3 of Swords, heartbreak. So this is the first card that we're seeing that indicates that maybe they did have a little something, or one of them thought they could have something, and the reality that, no, I'm just not that interested. I want to keep my options open. You're not the person for me. I find it conflictive. Not only you as a person conflictive, but the idea of us having a relationship conflicts with my goals, my brand, my image, as we saw in the previous cards. That was heartbreaking to this person, which it feels like it's Demi. That was heartbreaking and disappointing. So I guess I'll leave it there. I really tried by pulling from 2 different decks. But yeah, it seems like one of them wanted to have a relationship, but the other was on a completely different page, since we are repeating the same question, but just exploring it with a different deck. And we're getting the same idea of this is why they couldn't be together. And that was heartbreaking and disappointing for Demi Lovato to see him moving on with someone, not only just dating them, but stepping into a whole marriage when she thought that, oh, I might be able to one day explore something with him. That is not the case. This was bound to crumble based off of this Tower card. You guys did not have a solid foundation. You guys did not have a solid foundation, as I just said, but also enough substance there to develop a emotional connection or a long-term relationship and connection. I'll take one more card out just to complete this. Yeah. Ooh, outside parties. Look at that. 3 of Cups in reverse. So one of them, wait, I kind of want to see. That's what we saw before. That's good luck, good fortune. Many choices to make, keeping your options open with that 7 of Cups. And then, yeah, fending off or defending your position, wanting to stay on top, wanting to defend or maintain your position in your industry, but also fighting off the other options with this 7 of Wands, which didn't really feel like it's for this reading. That's why I didn't pull it out. But this one does feel like, ooh, keeping my options open, keeping my options open for all the shiny other objects, which we saw in the previous reading that indicated, or here as well, that Nick Jonas wanted to explore his options. And this 3 of Cups is reinforcing that there were other people that either he or Demi were dating, and that worked against the potential of them exploring something together. So based off these cards, as well as the previous ones, I would say one of them, most likely Demi, wanted to explore something. The other one of them, Nick Jonas, was more concerned about his brand, his image, his career prospects, and wanted to explore his options, keep his options open, which is exactly what he did. And he ended up marrying Priyanka, which was very heartbreaking and disappointing for Demi. But this is old news. They are now happily married, seemingly happy, because we got some different cards for the Demi Lovato Jude Jordan reading I did. Hopefully that's not true, but they have moved on. Nick Jonas has started a family. Demi Lovato is about to do her tour. She's looking great. So we will never know. We will never know what could have happened if they dated, because it seems like Nick was resistant to exploring that as much as Demi was kind of emotionally interested. So let's see. Are you guys surprised? I'm not. I feel like when people are young, they're still trying to find themselves, and we can give them grace. We can just assume that better off to not be with someone that you're not interested in than to cause them to suffer through a relationship that is imbalanced, as we saw in some of the other couple readings that I did tonight. There are certainly other relationships that are imbalanced, with one person liking the other more, or one person putting in more work to make the relationship work than the other. And that's perhaps worse than just not being able to explore a relationship with someone that you were interested in. So to finish off tonight, we have two more questions that were queued up here. We had the Ariana Grande and we had the Jimmy Foxx. I'm definitely going to do the Ariana Grande because that one is another one that's rolling over from the previous streams. And I think that I may not have energy for the Jimmy Foxx, but I kind of really want to slip that in too because I'm very curious to see what's going on with him. That was another request you guys gave me. Let's see how it goes after this Ariana Grande reading. So this was a request from Fantasy Dreamer. She requested, or he requested, Fantasy Dreamer says, please, can you do a reading on Ariana Grande if she will win an Oscar next year for Wicked, her new movie? Also, what is the future of her career? So I will do a career reading on Ari since I recently did a love life reading on her, but also Ariana Grande's appearance continues to be concerning. During her press run for her recent Wicked movie, we're seeing deep chest bones. What's the truth behind Ari's concerningly skinny appearance? Let's see if the cards can shed some light on what's happening there. So first, a few cards out for Ariana's career, which actually I won't take this because I would rather have a fresh shuffle after I completely finish asking the question. And I kind of, yeah, I'm going to just leave it like that. So Ariana is 32. She is a Cancer. Seems like she's a lover girl. But let's see, what can these cards tell us about her career? Will she win an Oscar for Wicked? Let's see. I may have to switch decks because it seems like I'm not getting... Okay, wait a second. What did we get here? Injustice. Oh no. So maybe she will not get an Oscar or whatever awards her performance deserves. I haven't seen the Wicked movie, but I'm sure she's great. And it seems like they may give it to someone else and she may feel a sense of injustice. The first Ariana Grande reading that I did on this channel, if I remember correctly, I remember seeing maybe the Ace of Cups or something that indicated that she wants to receive an award. I think I saw the star card. She wants to receive an award to recognize her talent and to have that achievement under her belt, because I think I previously pulled the Ace of Cups and the star card indicating something to do with her ambitions to be recognized for her work in terms of being a star, a star actress and superstar in all of the entertainment things that she does. So the award, like an Oscar, would be the cherry on top, and she would like that. But it seems like the injustice is probably the Academy, the Oscars Academy, giving the award to someone else that perhaps the opinion would be that that person's not as deserving as Ariana. But again, that would be subjective based on the performance that Ariana gave versus whoever else they're going to give it to. But this could also indicate that there's some sort of politics behind who they choose to win, which is a rumor or speculation that the public has held for many years, that they often feel that whoever they award these awards to, it's usually unfair and unjust or unjust. Knight of Pentacles. So this card is telling me that no, she will not get the Oscar, because upright, I would consider that yes, they're giving her that gold medallion or the trophy, but in reverse, it indicates that they are not giving it to her. If we were to just interpret this card visually, in terms of the meaning of the card, it just means someone that's not reliable, someone that is putting in the work but not being awarded, which is very applicable to this reading. Someone that may even be a perfectionist. So Ari's ambitions may want to see her recognized and awarded at the top of her field, but despite her efforts to be perfect, to be a perfect candidate to receive this nomination as well as to actually win it, the powers that be, the gatekeepers or the Academy, the people that vote, will not give it to her based off of that card. Five of Swords. after a period of conflict and difficulty and maybe even some pettiness, there is a desire for rest and peace and a truce, coming to an agreement. So what I get from this is, while they may not give her the Oscar, they might give her something else, some other award, because they call it award season. I know that there's Oscars, I know that there's Golden Globes. I don't know if one of them is specifically for film and the other one is for shows. I don't know if both of them award films, but it seems like she might not get the big one, but she might get something. This Five of Swords indicates that that's the compromise that they might reach, because they do not want to expose this injustice or bias. So let's see what else we get here. Two of Swords. Yeah, a tough decision will be made, and whoever makes that tough decision will feel good about it, but it means that you're separating or severing something. You have to remove one option from the table to be left with the other option. So whoever's in charge of selecting who wins the awards, they will feel good about who they do select to give the award to, but it looks like it will not be Ari. So I will probably leave it there. Yeah. So based off of these 4 cards, Fantasy Dreamer, it looks like Ariana will not get the Oscar, but she might get something else. So we can shift into a reading on her career now to see if indeed her career will see her at least getting recognized in other ways with other awards that are not the Oscars. And let me actually turn this around and shuffle like this. Spirit, can we get a few cards out to see, what's the question again? What is the future of Ariana Grande's career, Spirit? Let's see if we can get a few cards out about Ariana Grande's career. And this deck was a little, as I was saying before, it's a bit chunky. It's hard to shuffle. And so I'm just trying this sideways style. But if I don't get some cards out easily, I'm just going to switch decks because I only have one more reading after this anyway. So it might be a good time to switch. Let's try it one more time. Spirit, what is to come for Ariana Grande's career? What's next in her career? A Queen of Swords. So this indicates someone that may be cruel, cold-hearted, bitter, someone that may not be making the best decisions. They may not be thinking with their mind. They might be thinking with their emotions. This could be someone that's also overbearing or emotionally disconnected and ruthless. So let's see if the cards can clarify which of those meanings this card is pointing to. Oh, interesting. The Chariot card indicates determination. So Ari may be determined to progress and succeed in her acting career. So even if she doesn't get an Oscar yet, it seems like she still has her eyes on that prize. She may still be powering forward with her efforts to continue seeing success as an actress in the entertainment business. So she will not allow the snub based off the previous cards. She will not allow that to discourage her. She will continue to push forward and continue to work because it seems like there's some goal that Ariana wants to achieve in her career with some success and some recognition that she would like for that success. But this card indicates that maybe that drive or that determination may be coming from a place of wanting to prove others wrong, or coming from a place where it's not really thought out. She may be acting out of emotions, pushing herself forward out of emotions. Let's see what we get after this. Okay, the Fool, a fresh start. Interesting. Fresh start is someone who is young, naive, doesn't have baggage, and can set off on a new adventure. So, Chariot. Sometimes when we see the Chariot, that indicates a vehicle, a car. And then because it's next to the Fool, it gave me this energy of travel or transportation somehow. I wonder if the next role that she plays, the film will have something to do with that somehow, like travel or something to do with a vehicle, a car, a plane. adventure for sure. We can even see like the city here. Just additional things to take away from the visuals, but the meanings are probably more indicative of what the energy is, that she's determined and looking for a fresh start. Then we have the Ace of Pentacles, which indicates some sort of financial failure or financial loss, a loss of a financial opportunity or missed opportunities in general. This could be a bad investment. Maybe Ari put all her eggs in the wicked basket and then she'll have to rebrand herself to embark on whatever new project she may be taking on. Maybe the next project is something more edgy, and maybe that's why this Ace of Pentacles is trying to communicate that she put herself in this pocket of the Glinda witch character with the look that she's always having, with the eyebrows looking, you know, whatever she's supposed to look like. Is it like a sweet, innocent, like worried? I don't know, something about the eyebrows, these wicked eyebrows that are slanted all the time, that I'm like, that is not a good look. It must be because she wants to play into this character, even in her public appearances, to really sell the Academy on her being or becoming this Glenda witch in all ways, and being so dedicated to the character to try to win that award and that recognition, which it may not happen based off of the previous cards. But then these following cards indicate that if she were to pivot into a role that's a more tough or edgier, that's a more tough or edgy role and more tough or edgy character, she may have a hard time pivoting because she dedicated so much to adjusting her image to the Glinda Good Witch image. Okay, finally, a nice card from my girl. This is indicating that, hello, Al. Yes, we did do the reading on Demi and Nick right before this one. So right now I'm on Ariana Grande. If you just scroll back a little, you'll catch the readings that I did on Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas. So this Three of Cups in this Ariana reading indicates that she will be celebrating something, or she will step away from all of this grinding to succeed, grinding to be at the top of your game, your entertainment field, my hair is itchy tonight. I have to wash my hair. It's just hard to do it when I have fabulous nails on because I don't want to ruin them. Okay, back to what I was saying here. Yes, so this Three of Cups indicates that she is going to have something to celebrate. Ari is going to celebrate something positive in her life, or she may want to step out and be more social and prioritize her personal life after spending the past year or two pushing these wicked movies and being this character. She might want to step out of that character and be a little wild again, be a little fun, be a little different. Let's see what else we have here. Well, actually, I should still pull from the top because I'm not ready to go to the bottom. We saw that before. Knight of Wands, frustration and anger, but making peace. It kind of feels like the shuffle is not... Something's telling me to shuffle again. I don't know why, because those cards didn't feel like they're for this reading. So let's get a few more cards out to complete this reading, Spirit. What's to come next for Ariana Grande's career? Rest and recovery, indeed. What we saw in that previous card, the Three of Cups, is being reinforced here with this Four of Swords, indicating that Ariana is going to take some much needed rest from all of the promotion and publicity for the wicked movies, and trying to win these awards requires a lot of appearances that she has been making. So it seems like she's actually going to take a break to focus on herself, focus on her personal life, go have some fun, go celebrate things with loved ones or friends and whatever support system. But this Four of Swords indicates a necessary rest, a necessary recovery. And it leads me to believe that this is pointing to something to do with her health. Anytime I see either the Four of Swords or the Knight of Swords, the two cards in the tarot deck that indicate, that visualize someone in bed, I tend to believe that it is indicating something about someone's health. In this case, it could be mental health. So Ariana is going to take time to focus on her mental health after the next and upcoming award season. And that seems like a great decision to make because she's really been pouring a lot into this Wicked promotion and all of the public appearances, it seems. So that will be good. And I wonder if this is also letting us know that that indeed is a part of why we're seeing her look so skinny, so frail, so concerning, because that was one of the questions when I was doing the background information leading into this reading. So I'm glad that she will take more time to focus on herself, her self-care, her enjoyment of life, and her mental and physical health. And that is also indirectly telling us that the state that she's in is because of her ambitions and her dedication to her career. But I'll pull a few cards separately for that at the end as well. Okay, so this indicates someone that may be daydreaming. This Page of Cups in reverse. Daydreaming, may be emotionally immature. This could also indicate, let me actually just grab the card with the notes to speed things up because I'm drawing blanks again at this hour. Yes, so it indicates emotional immaturity, someone that's daydreaming, insecurity, irrational creative blocks. So she may be burned out after all of this. Hold on, let me put this down. So Ariana may be burned out after all of these recent Wicked and whatever other productions she's a part of, all of these career ambitions that she has been dedicating herself in order to try to get the awards and the recognition. She may be burnt out since we did see that insecurity meaning of the Page of Cups. But the daydreaming also indicates something to do with what we saw in the previous cards where, I forget what it was, but there was a card that indicated that her dreams or her goals for pursuing an award may be out of touch with the reality of where her career and her life cycle will take her. So we'll take that to indicate that burnout because of the creative blocks, but also daydreaming and insecurity. Ooh, wait a second. I'm just literally getting hazy. I just drew a blank. So I guess I have to wrap these readings up because it's not good. Once I get drained and I don't have any more energy, then the readings won't be as good as I like to make them for you all. So I've been going for quite a few hours since this was my first celebrity reading live stream for you all for the year. But it seems like I may have to wrap it up so that we do not lose the clear messaging since I'm getting hazy. I think it's been like 4 or 5 hours. Let me see. This is the longest stream I've given you guys in a while. Yes. Oh my God. 5 hours. Whoa. All right. So let's finish up this reading on Ariana Grande's career spirit. What is to come for Ariana Grande's career? Okay. Heavy burdens that she's going to be taking off of her shoulders. So the 10 of Wands in reverse indicates that the amount of responsibilities that someone has taken on has gotten unbearable. So she's going to be offloading these heavy burdens, which aligns with what we saw in the earlier cards, that she's going to shift into prioritizing her personal life, getting out and enjoying and celebrating life a bit more, and especially taking care of her personal, physical, and mental health, getting some rest, much needed rest. So it's positive to see that she will recognize that she needs a break and may have taken on too much because of her ambitions and because she's so determined to see a certain kind of success in her career. So to answer your question, let me see the name again. To answer your question again, Fantasy Dreamer, it seems like what's to come for Ariana's career is a much needed break and a restart, a refresh and recovery to approach her dreams, goals, and ambitions and in her career differently or with new energy, refreshed and not so burnt out and overwhelmed, because otherwise it's going to continue to impact her physical and mental health, but also her earning prospects, her earning abilities and opportunities. So I will leave that there. I just want to pull out a few cards to ask the deck. Well, actually, I will not ask. I was going to ask about why we're seeing Ari so so slim and so concerning. Well, maybe just a few, because I know you guys have asked. So just 4 cards so that I can finish off with the Jamie Foxx reading and then truly be done for tonight. Let's see. Oh, should I actually switch decks here? Let's see if this deck could give me a little more information about Ariana's concerningly slim appearance. Okay. Spirit, what can you tell me about Ariana Grande's appearance, Spirit? Is there something in her past that may have affected the way that she has been taking care of herself, or is it because of the demands of the career ambitions she has at this time, promoting these big Wicked movies and any other movies or projects that she may be a part of, Spirit? We get some clarity on what is behind Ariana Grande's concerningly slim appearance. Okay. Okay. So we have this legal card in reverse. So, something illegal. We can say that this is something that should not be done. It doesn't have to be literal in terms of like a legal suit or something, but this could be something that is not taboo. What's the word I'm looking for? Not illegal. Gee, I'm really drawing blanks. Well, let's just say that this is something that she does not feel would get the approval of the public. And then we have this bliss card, which is positive. So this indicates some sort of happiness, contentment. Let's get a few more cards out. Ooh, we have this bondage card in reverse. Someone stuck in a negative and unhealthy cycle, which seems like this legal card in reverse was trying to communicate something along the lines of something that is not looked at favorably by the public, stuck in something like that she's happy with, but she knows that publicly she may be judged for whatever this situation is that has her in this. Oh, wait a second. Whoa, illegal. I just got a hit that someone may have done something to her. Let's get more information. Someone may have done something to her that has her stuck in a certain pattern of behaviors or poor choices that she is happy with, because this is like her managing her cope with whatever trauma or unfairness or illegality this was. If someone violated her, perhaps. Again, this reading is for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. And this deck is an oracle deck, but it seems like whatever may have been done to Ariana Grande in the past that may have been a violation, which we can reinterpret this reversed legal card to mean something illegal, something that was a violation of someone's boundaries. Her boundaries may have been overstepped. The way that she copes with it, with this sense of being in a false state of reality, this bliss, this naivete, is by keeping herself stuck in a cycle or a pattern of poor choices, poor behaviors as it relates to her health. And then we have this endings card in reverse. So it's not coming to an end. She's having a hard time breaking out of these habits. And I'll pull a few cards to try to see more clearly what is this violation that she may have experienced it in the past. Is this abuse from someone else, or is this abuse that she herself exercised on herself? Was there perhaps a eating disorder or an image and insecurity issue that she had, that is what has her in this cycle of poor choices and poor decisions. Maybe she's self-harming. Maybe she is depriving herself of nutrients and food and indulgences, and she's having a hard time breaking out of that habit and that cycle because that's what she's used to relying on to cope, to keep herself in this state of bliss, which is a version of delusion, in order to deal with a harsh reality or past traumas. Let's get a few more cards out here. Ooh, yeah, whoa. So indeed, this card that I wanted to clarify indicates that in the past, there was something negative in a relationship and something negative in work. So maybe someone that she worked with and or had a relationship with, or both of these people within the workspace, within the entertainment industry, and also within her love life. Ariana Grande may have been violated or abused or treated poorly in a way to reinterpret this reversed legal or illegal card. Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot. Just reading what the cards say. Oh no, yeah. Jesus Christmas. Yeah, her inner child is affected from whatever abuse she experienced in her past. Let me start letting you all see these cards up close. And so she struggles with self-love. Ariana has a hard time breaking out of these habits that she uses to cope and exercising true self-love, which would require her to revisit some of these hurts, some of this abuse, some of these violations, and open those wounds to rebuild a different version of herself, to find that self-love. And that's a lot of deep shadow work that she would have to do. So it's easier for her to go with what she knows. Her coping may be restricting herself from food. Perhaps there's a eating disorder, allegedly. But it seems like indeed there's some sort of violation or abuse that she experienced in her past, possibly child abuse, allegedly, for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth. This is very heavy subject matter. Just want to be very clear. I'm just reading what the cards are saying. So I'm sad to see that, Ari. I mean, it's hard being a child star in an entertainment industry with other adults. And unfortunately, you know, there's what we've been seeing in recent years being revealed about the entertainment industry, about how depraved and nasty or perverse some of the people that hold those positions of power in the entertainment can be. I know that last year, or perhaps the year before, I forget, there was a docuseries released about some people in Nickelodeon, which Ariana worked at Nickelodeon. There was just revelations about some of the child abuse that was happening at the hands of some of the people that ran some of those Nickelodeon shows. So it's very sad to see that Ariana, based on these cards, may have experienced something along those lines as well. Childhood abuse or abuse within relationships, or just within her industry, within the entertainment industry, with other people that she worked with, that she trusted, that were supposed to be in charge of projects. And that has created that cycle that makes it difficult for her to find self-love. Oh, I'm sorry to see that. Yeah. And that's probably why she is constantly in and out of relationships. She has a hard time finding her self-worth, because this sexy, single, and successful card means the complete opposite. She probably doesn't see herself that way, and she probably is looking for the safety, the sense of safety that she may find in a relationship. Yeah, real love, real love. So she is confused about what is real love. Let me show you guys here again. She doesn't know what real love is, and that's something that she is probably constantly looking for in the different relationships that she's been in. Let me see if I just get one more out. Yikes. I don't want to accept that obsession card, but It may indeed be for this reading. Let me just have one more look at the bottom. Yeah. So what's the reverse of obsessed? Maybe it's indifference. Maybe it's someone that is passive when we see obsession. So maybe this card, to finish out this reading where I was asking what's the truth behind Ariana's concerningly slim image, this last card may be indicating that these methods of coping, or these bad habits of maybe denying herself indulgences, these habits that Ariana has, this may be her passive way of dealing. This card, obsessive in reverse, I'm taking it to being passive. This may be her passive way of dealing with that, as we said earlier, her way of coping. I hope she finds real love one day, Ari. Real love. She is searching for a real love. I hope you find it, Ari, and I hope you especially find the self-love. We want to see you looking healthy and enjoying all of what we assume a luxurious life can afford, girly. All right, so let's shift into the next and last reading. Okay. Yeah, were you surprised by that? Sorry to say, but I'm not surprised by at least this last part of the Ariana reading. The career part, I did think that there would be more. I thought the career cards would indicate more success for her, like, because it does seem like she's in this mode of like ambition, career drive. But it makes sense that she's probably ready to take a break, and it's a much needed break for her to work on herself and enjoy her life again, enjoy socializing and her loved ones and friends, and step away from the grind. But these cards about her past and any possible anything from her past that may have contributed to the way that we see her now, looking a bit frail and concerning, I'm actually not surprised to see those cards. All right, let me shift into the next and last reading of tonight. Woohoo! I have done so much. Look at me giving you all so much celebrity to sip on to start off the year. And I have a lot more to come, by the way. For those of you that have been subscribed and following already, you know that I've been pumping out a lot of the old clips. I'm finally catching up. I used a lot of the holiday break to catch up with some of that editing, and I will continue to do that for the month of January. That is my goal or resolution. One of my many is to just catch up with the backlog of clips, so that I can release the clips more on time, more aligned with when the news and the activities are happening. Hi, Uncle Jimmy's basement. Yes, clips. So we're about to do our next and last reading on Jamie Foxx. What else do we have here? Oh, someone wanted to know if Kim Kardashian will ever pass the bar, and a Timothee Chalamet reading, career reading. So let me try to see if I can get through all of these as quick as possible, because I will be taking a big break for the rest of January to, as I was saying, catch up on all of my editing and release all of the clips of the readings from the past live streams. So that's why I am trying to get in as much as possible tonight for you all to enjoy for the rest of the month. So let's shift into Camilla Tarot's request on a general reading on Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx is 58 years old, or 58 years young. Wait a second. There we go. Woo! Jamie Foxx is 58 years young. He is a Sagittarius. He just celebrated his birthday last month on December 13th. Let's get a few cards out to see what's up with Jamie. We haven't heard much from the Oscar-winning actor, super talented, Jamie Foxx. Loved his music, loved him in the Ray biopic, and we are about to see what's to come for him in general. Spirit, let's get a few cards out for Jamie Foxx. Can we see and hear, or can we see a few cards of what's to come for Jamie Foxx? I may have to switch decks. The energy may be done for tonight, so even if I want to, I may not be able to continue with these readings if the energy isn't here anymore. Let's see. I may be drained. I may be drained. Oh no. Reasonably so. We're past 5 hours now. I've really been giving it to you guys. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, okay. So, first card popping out in this Jamie Foxx reading is the Four of Pentacles, which indicates conservatism with finances. Someone is concerned about protecting and preserving whatever finances or wealth they have amassed. They want to be very careful with spending at this time, or they want to be protective in case they are facing any legal issues or any concerns about their potential to earn in the future. So money is on Jamie Foxx's mind at this time, which is reinforced by this Page of Pentacles, but is in reverse. So in reverse, the Page of Pentacles indicates a immature energy around finances. So maybe someone may have been overspending. There may have been some greediness. There may be some sort of blockage to opportunities because someone's inactive. So this could be saying that because Jamie Foxx, he had a health scare last year, he wasn't able to work. That is why he's concerned about his money. He hasn't done a big project in a while. And so Jamie may be focused on making sure that he is able to regain the kind of financial opportunities and prospects that he had before based off those first two cards. Money is definitely on his mind. Wow. Third card from the Suit of Pentacles. Here we have the Two of Pentacles, indicating someone looking to balance or prioritize two or more things of value. It could literally be jobs. He may be trying to weigh his options in terms of, I don't want to let that opportunity slip, but it's conflicting with the schedule of this other opportunity, and I kind of want to keep them both going because I want to keep the bag, the coin from both of those. So it looks like Jamie Foxx is just weighing his options at this time, his career options, trying to make sure that he can still make the best of his earning years and his earning potential on the other side of what were some really good projects and whatever recognition and accolades he had accomplished already in the past. Ooh, but he needs to rest. We have seen this card come out a lot tonight. This is the Four of Swords. So rest and recovery after a stressful period. And as I have said all night, every time I see this card, it also seems to hint at something to do with someone's health. Ooh, so this might be saying that while Jamie may be wanting or looking to take on a lot in his career at this time to maximize his earning, he may be forced to take a break because of this Four of Swords, indicating necessary periods of rest, perhaps having to do with his health. He is, as I said at the beginning, 58. So entering his 60s soon. I mean, I'm sure he could still act and he could still sing and he could still do the things. But after the health scare that he had last year, which I believe it was a stroke or something very concerning that he didn't think he would make it out of. After that health scare, it seems like he wants to get back out there and earn money and really make sure that he pads his wealth for the period of rest that he sees coming in the next stage of his life, where he's more elderly. He may be aging out of the industry depending on what roles are made available to him. I mean, I still feel like he's the kind of talent that can work into the next decade or two. It's just a matter of what opportunities are available. So it seems like the first row of cards is indicating that money's on Jamie's mind, and he is trying to gather as many opportunities and financial gigs as possible before he has to take a break and rest because of his health, because of his age, because of just needing to step out of the entertainment world for a while to rest and recover. And then we have this Four of Cups, which indicates some sort of dissatisfaction or indifference to something that was once emotionally fulfilling or interesting. Now there is dissatisfaction and someone doesn't want more of that, or they may be missing opportunities because they're in this state of seclusion and contemplation. So it seems like Jamie is trying to think about what is next for him career-wise, but also in the personal life. What do I want to prioritize? Which projects make sense for where I'm going in my life in terms of I do want to take on as much as possible to earn as much as possible, but I also need to prioritize my health. So how do I go about that? Because I'm also falling out of love with the grind, with the hustle. I want to take more on, but do I really? So Jamie Foxx seems to be in that state of mind of thinking about what's next and what his priorities are, work life versus personal life versus health, and all the other things he may be juggling. King of Cups. This is a leader that is very compassionate. Someone that's a good leader because they're compassionate, considerate, tolerant, diplomatic. So this could be the, how do I say, what is governing Jamie's decisions is that he may actually lead with his heart. He may actually lead with only taking on projects that he truly loves, that he's truly excited about, that makes sense for him financially, without sacrificing or compromising so much on his health and his personal life. This King of Cups could also be an advisor. He may be seeking advisement and support or guidance from someone that he admires or respects their opinion that may be assisting him in making these decisions. Someone that's a water sign, maybe even. Then we have the Six of Pentacles. So much money in this reading. I mean, well, this is the fourth from the Suit of Pentacles. And this card indicates that there is a give and take. Someone with abundance is giving to someone in need. And so I would take this to indicate that Jamie Foxx may get a really good deal, a really good contract on whatever he's working on that will allow him to accomplish these goals of maintaining good work-life balance and still resting and prioritizing his health. But it seems like there is going to be a lot of financial abundance and rewards finding Jamie. One last hurrah, you could say, since it seems like he might be stepping out of the industry after a while, since he's experiencing this sense of indifference or dissatisfaction with the entertainment industry or the work. The filming of a movie is very difficult. It's very long hours. Call time is usually at like 5 a.m, and you're working till really late. So he may be feeling a ways about reconsidering that flow in his life and how that's conflicting with his desires to still take on very lucrative projects. He has to focus on his health after what he experienced. Yeah, he's having a hard time moving on from something that was difficult and stressful with the Six of Swords in reverse. When we look at it upright, as I always say, this card indicates someone's moving on from the choppier waters to get to the calmer waters. But in reverse, this is a resistance to that transformation or transferring from one state of difficulty or whatever one is in to another. There's a resistance and a fear of change, a difficulty to move on. Someone's still caught up in some trauma or harping on something that was lost. They don't want to lose whatever this may be that they have to move away from. But this always indicates that it's necessary for one's mental health to step away from whatever may have been a stressful or traumatic experience. It may be necessary, so it's just a matter of time for Jamie to figure that out in terms of the timing in which he will make this move, make this change. This could even be a literal move. Like maybe he may be moving out of Hollywood if he's in LA. I originally knew him to be from Texas, but I believe that he was living in California in recent years, closer to the entertainment industry. So he may be considering a move. It just may not be as yet a literal move to another state that's a bit more peaceful, a bit more calm, for him to focus on this rest and recovery for his health, to prioritize his health. But he's not there yet because he still wants to try to maximize, to secure some lucrative opportunity, maybe one last big film, or whatever little opportunities may be on his plate at this time, whatever he may be considering and choosing from. He may be having a hard time making the decision to move on from that industry, or literally moving, until he resolves all that's happening with all of that. Wow. Literally moving on from something that one is no longer emotionally fulfilled with, as we're seeing in this 8 of Cups. It's reinforcing what I was saying here with this 4 of Cups, moving on from something or a location even, but I'm taking this to mean the industry, the flow, the workflow of an actor, a successful actor dedicating himself to these movies. Jamie Foxx it seems like he's over it. He's looking to move on from that and focus on himself and his health. So I think I will leave it there. Yeah, I will leave it there. Remains to be seen what's new with Jamie Foxx. He did do some stand-up comedy last year to share his version of what happened with his health scare, kind of poke fun of it, but also it was, from what I heard, it was very heartfelt and emotional, the things that he was sharing. So hopefully he's going to be able to shift into a lifestyle that aligns better with his new set of priorities once he figures out what that is, and also will be able to decide if he needs to move to a place that is more peaceful and also more in alignment with where he's trying to be, or where he's at with his priorities in life. So good luck to Jamie Foxx. Let's keep it pushing. Let's go straight into these last 2 questions. All right. Let's see. Yeah, for those of you on the stream, lucky you, because I might make this video private until I can properly edit it, because I had a lot of interruptions and dead air time tonight. I was trying to get my energy on track, since we started off the night doing a few political readings. That wasn't easy. That was very heavy energy that I was dealing with to start off. So I was kind of stumbling on a few of my words, and I would just want some time to chop that up nicely for you guys, edit it nicely for those of you that like to watch the full stream. And then, of course, I will break it down into bite-sized clips for all of you to enjoy the video clip version. All right, so these last 2 questions that we are pulling cards for. Let's do career reading on Timothee Chalamet, requested by Cara Caboni. She said, what's in store for Timothee Chalamet this year career-wise? How will award seasons go for him? Interesting. So actually, I did pull a little research on Timothée Chalamet, because I don't really know much about him. I recently did a love reading on him. So he's from New York. He recently did this Marty Supreme movie that was released on Christmas Day. Okay. It's saying that was pretty successful. Okay. Oh, interesting. So he was in this Dune movie that's like a sci-fi thing. Wow. Music Wonka, Willy Wonka. Okay. Oh, it's a musical, not the movie. Okay. So he was in that. And he won a SAG award. Okay, there you go. For something else in February. Okay, so it seems like he's been getting wins. He's been getting nominations and even winning stuff. Good for him. Award prospects. Chalamet is a very strong contender for major awards this season. He has already received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actor for the picture comedy Marty Supreme. Interesting. For those of you in the chat that have seen it, tell me about it. He's also pending nominations for the Critics' Choice Award and other critics' awards for the role. Many industry insiders and critics predict he is a leading candidate to earn his third Academy Award nomination for Marty Supreme. Interesting. So he's been nominated before. Let's see, third Academy Award nomination. Interesting. With some suggesting this could be the year he finally takes home an Oscar. Wow. Let me take another look at Timothee. Okay. Okay, Tim. There you go. Timothee. Can you guys see that? Okay. All right. So let's jump into a reading on Timothee Chalamet's career. What's to come for him in this award season, since apparently it looks like he is up for an Oscar that he was nominated for before, and people feel that this Marty Supreme movie was really, really, really good, really worthy. But we're starting off here with 3 of Swords upright, which indicates heartbreak and disappointment. So out the gate, unfortunately, it looks like a no. It looks like he will not be winning. The Star card in reverse, which, as I was saying earlier, usually indicates... The Star card usually indicates hope, faith, and in reverse, it indicates despair. But when I see the Star card in celebrity readings, I take it to point to something about someone's actual fame and stardom. So because this is in reverse, it seems like he will not get the fame and recognition, I should say. He will not get the recognition that he would hope for following this 3 of Swords. He will not get the recognition in the form of an award that would cement him as a star. So he will not get that star, unfortunately, according to this reading. Wow. So this 3 of Wands indicates some difficulties, some obstacles or obstruction to progress, to expansion. One cannot further grow or expand from some existing progress, because there is something in the way of that. I wonder what that is. And then we have this 8 of Cups, indicating that Timothee may be walking away from this goal, this dream of trying to secure the award, since he has been promoting this Marty Supreme film very actively and trying to think of unique and different ways to promote it. It seems like after this disappointment of not getting the award and not seeing the growth that he expected from this, he might walk away from that ambition or that dream. He might abandon that. Let's get a few more cards out to see if that is the case. Queen of Wands. So this is a feminine energy, but even men can have feminine energy. We all have both we all have both male and feminine energies. It's just about which we're tapping into at the time. So this is a feminine energy of someone that could be demanding, maybe even a little aggressive, maybe even a little selfish, maybe even a little insecure or jealous. So it seems like Timothee might be bothered by whoever does win. He might be a little jealous of them winning, or he might be a little demanding in terms of like, well, I'm the one that should have won. But this seems to be a fiery energy of someone that feels that it should have been them winning the awards instead of someone else, especially if there was heartbreak and disappointment, meaning that there was an expectation that he would have won, especially based off of what I was reading in the intro. That background that I was reading does seem like, I just went blank. That background that I was just reading, it does indicate that, hold on 1 second. I'm just experiencing something noisy here. Let me see if I could just affix whatever that is. 1 second. Okay, we are back testing audio. You guys let me know if you can see and hear me so that I can conclude this reading on Timothee Chalamet, if I'm saying that correctly. Chalamet. I don't know. Is he French? I believe he is actually from that little intro portion. I think he is half French from his father. They said that he has both U.S. citizenship as well as French. So yes, it may indeed be Chalamet. All right, so let's get right back into this reading. As I was saying, it seems like there may be a very demanding energy about Timothee where he feels that he indeed deserves the award. He wants the award, the recognition, but ultimately, because he may not get it, he may decide to step away from that ambition or his approach. It may not be stepping away from ever trying to get one again. It just may be that he temporarily takes a break from pursuing it so aggressively. If anyone wants to consider his current promo run as aggressive, that's not my personal opinion. I am just reading the cards. As a reminder, these readings are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So let's continue here with this reading on Timothée Chalamet's career, and this indicates that he is investing and putting a lot of time, effort, and resources into something, hoping that it will bear fruit, that he will be able to see the fruits of his labor, that it will pay off. And that effort seems to still be worth putting in, even if it doesn't result in an award. It may still result in some sort of rewards. Okay, so the Seven of Cups reversed. This could indicate that someone has many choices to make, but they may not necessarily make the best choice. They may be making bad choices because of illusions and delusions. So maybe the idea of being delusional, perhaps, maybe, is part of why Timothee's aggression or demands, expectations to win an award are not aligned with the reality of him not winning, because that ambition may be fueled by a delusion. But based off of what we just read in the Googler, it looked like Gemini is also under the impression that he is a good contender for an Oscar or some prestigious award. So it may not be too far-fetched for Timothée to dream of and expect to be rewarded for this recent movie or in this next award season. But somehow there is something that's not based in reality in that ambition. Maybe he is, as we were seeing in one of the previous readings, maybe he is not, what was I saying? Maybe the gatekeepers feel that he is too young or he hasn't proven himself as yet. There is something behind the scenes in the industry that maybe we don't know about publicly that Timothée maybe has not fulfilled as yet. Some expectation within the industry that he hasn't fulfilled as yet, that is part of what's blocking him, that's not allowing him to reach this goal as yet. Doesn't mean that he will never reach it, but it seems like whatever it is, his demands are not meeting the reality, which means that there's some sort of delusion there, or the illusion of, I could possibly win this. I have all of these decisions and choices. I have all of these choices at my disposal, but really the reality is that no, you don't. You probably have to go about things in a certain course, in a certain way, based off that Eight of Cups. Oh, this is a nice card to end with. This is the Queen of Cups. This is someone who is compassionate, caring, nurturing, someone very calm and comforting. So he may lean into a support system, whoever this may be. I know that he is dating Kylie. Kylie is a fire sign. What is Timothee's zodiac again? Let me see if I have it written down here. I don't. And I don't think I will dig it up. Actually, no, I'm curious. Let me see. What is Timothee's? Let's see if I can. What is Timothée Chalamet's zodiac? Oh, he's a Capricorn, so he's an earth sign. Okay, and when is his birthday? Oh, he has a Pisces moon. You see, I'm glad I looked that up. Birthday. So actually, his birthday was December 27th. Interesting. So he's yet another person that recently celebrated their birthday, which in between this live stream and my previous, we've had a lot of December birthdays. So yeah, this may be, because this is a Cancer card, this is a water sign, but this may be someone in Timothy's life that may be a support system for him, that may be very comforting for him. Even though Kylie is a Leo, maybe she may lend this support for him, this oh woo woo woo, even though you didn't win, that's okay, you can just pick yourself up and try again and try a different approach. It seems like he will still have Timothy will still have a good experience in his personal life, even if the career ambitions are not quite working out the way he wants to. And this energy, this healing energy, will allow him to get over the loss or the snub and focus on what's next for him. This will allow him to rebuild. Basically, that healing energy allows you to recenter yourself and rebuild to focus on your next project or your next approach. So, career-wise, it seems like he is already working on some other things, or he will continue to invest and put effort into his projects and his career, even if he has to take a break for a while. He will heal, he will recover from the disappointment, and he will try again in a different way in terms of choosing different projects, a different approach, a less aggressive approach, or just learning from this delusion or illusion that may have allowed him to mistakenly assume that he indeed would win the award. These are things that I guess people that are already in the industry would know, in terms of like, oh, you should know that if you're dealing with that person or if you're up against this person, they're automatically going to get it because the politics in the academy is XYZ. It seems like there's something to do with some industry knowledge that myself as a tarot reader and other regular people in the public won't know about, that may be contributing to these blockages and obstacles that Timothee may face to try to get this award at this time. Because again, these readings are usually just for current energy. Things can always change in the future once he has a different approach. So I hope that answers your question. Or I wonder if that's what you were expecting to see for Cara Caboni, the person who asked me that question. I will actually stitch this reading. I will attach it to the Timothee and Kylie love reading that I did on my last stream and upload that all together in one clip for you guys. So leave me a comment when you see it, Cara. Let me know what you were originally thinking would come next for Timothee. So let's move into our truly last reading of the night, and it won't even be long because I will be stitching this with my Kardashian lightning round that I did a couple streams ago, and I will be uploading that clip pretty soon as well. So, Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see, will Kim Kardashian ever pass the bar? Will Kim Kardashian ever pass the bar, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out to see, will Kim Kardashian ever pass the bar? We know that she has been very public about updating us with her pursuit of the legal, what is that? Like to become a lawyer, her pursuit to become a lawyer. And she recently took it and she didn't pass the bar. So some people are wondering if she will ever pass in the future. We got these two cards out here. First, we have the King of Swords, indicating someone that is manipulative, someone that misuses their power, someone that is severe. And this could also be someone that has a weakness, someone that is supposed to be in a position of authority and leadership, but instead they're exhibiting weakness. So let's see how to interpret that card as we continue to unfold the cards as this reading continues to unfold. So here we have the Page of Pentacles. This is a somewhat immature energy, a youthful energy of someone that is maybe not putting in the work, because this tends to mean that someone is either inactive or they're procrastinating or they're distracted. This could also mean that they are blocked somehow. It could be that they are blocking themselves from achieving something or from progressing with something. And this could also mean greediness. So between these two cards to start the reading, I would need more information. I was about to see if these are yeses or nos, but I do have to see more cards. Interesting. So here we have the Queen of Pentacles. This is someone that has good work-life balance, someone that's very nurturing when it comes to things that have to do with the finances, taking care of the finances, being financially responsible, but also someone who's very generous, someone who's a provider, which contrasts some of what we just saw here in the Page of Pentacles that indicated greed. So the other meanings of this card, which I mentioned, which were being distracted, procrastinating, maybe not putting in all of the work, that may be what this card is intending to represent. Not putting in the work, having a sense of manipulation, misuse of power, maybe even a weakness. And this generosity and being a provider, this being good with money, I wonder how that plays into if she will pass the bar. Knight of Cups. So this is a proposal. This is someone coming forth with an idea or emotional connection. So this is the first card that indicates that, yes, maybe she will eventually, after working through whatever that is. I still do not have enough clarity. Let me just look at the bottoms of these decks. Juggling too many things, having to make some tough decisions with this Two of Pentacles, meaning juggling two or more things, and this requires someone to be very organized, very focused. But this Two of Swords indicates having to make a really tough decision, perhaps. Oh, you guys weren't even able to see the cards. But the Two of Swords indicates someone having to make a really tough decision and probably sacrifice something in the process. So it may be that Kim has too much going on with all of her other business ambitions. Whatever other project she's taken on is too much on her plate. So she's going to have to sacrifice something, remove something from her life to be able to focus on her law studies in order for her to actually pass this, which we still didn't get any indication on if she will. So I will pull from one more deck here just to try to get some final clarity on, will Kim Kardashian one day pass the bar? Fresh deck to finish off the reading. Let's get a few cards out. Let me actually turn this around. Will Kim Kardashian pass the bar? Okay, so we have the Queen of Cups there. I'm going to just continue to pull cards from this. Let a couple more fly out. Will Kim Kardashian pass the bar? Eight of Wands. Okay, a fast movement. So yes, she may actually pass it pretty quickly. Let's get a few more out. Okay. It's too many that came out, actually. Let's see. Will Kim Kardashian eventually pass the bar? Okay. Oh, no. So this last card is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Let me actually start off with the first card. So the first thing that we have here, the Secret of Cups. I believe that this is the Page of Cups, which we got the Knight of Cups earlier in this reading. Aren't these cards pretty? I love holograms. So both of these cards can indicate some sort of proposal. There is a desire to explore something new. There's a curiosity. There is even a sensitivity around trying to accomplish this, that Kim may be sensitive to this goal for whatever reason, maybe because it's somehow related to her late father, her deceased father, the original Robert Kardashian. He was a lawyer. He was the lawyer for the OJ trial, one of the lawyers for the OJ trial, and she may be trying to follow in his footsteps. So that's why this is probably a goal that is close to her heart, something that she really wants to accomplish as a personal goal. And this Seeker of Cups, which I believe this is the Page of Cups, which is one step before this, indicates that she was indeed curious in trying to pursue this, because it's like a labor of love, like a passion project somehow, because of it being related to honoring her father, but also rebranding in some way. So right after this Seeker of Cups card, which actually, let me see, does that, just wonder if the Seeker is indeed, yeah, that's the Page. This deck, as pretty and fun as it is, they use different terms for the court cards, so I just have to check because I haven't used this deck in a while. Sovereign is the Queen, Ruler is the King. I just want to be able to distinguish which one is the Knight and which one is the Page. So you guys just give me a second to figure that out. Okay, yes, Conqueror is the Knight. So indeed, the Seeker of Cups is the Page of Cups. Okay. So right after the Page of Cups, we got this Eight of Wands, indicating fast change, fast actions that may actually work in Kim's favor. Maybe there will be some quick decisions, some quick changes that she makes to prioritize the pursuit of this the bar thing. Or it could just indicate that there will be a very quick decision the next time that she does take it. But ultimately, this Wheel of Fortune in reverse is a no card. So this indicates that Kim may not be very lucky at this time or with this next attempt that she makes to do the bar, to sit for the bar. So none of these cards indicated that she would pass. It indicates that there are a few issues that she still has to work through in terms of her motivation to actually secure or pursue this legal thing is perhaps based in manipulation, like her image. She wants to put forth a certain image, and the greed behind that image of using this image to continue to gain financially and, continue to grow the fame. But taking care of the money, prioritizing the money, is why she has prioritized all of those other projects, like the show that she was in this year and the Skims collaborations that she does and all the other business things that she does. And it's just a matter of her making a decision to cut something out if she truly wants to focus on this heartfelt legal pursuit project that is connected to something near and dear to her heart, not necessarily connected to something that would be lucrative for her, because this energy is creating blockages for her. It's keeping her distracted. And in the cards that followed indicated that ultimately keeping that high pace, while she may be curious about the pursuit of the legal, what do you call it? Is it a legal license? She's curious, but she's not passionate about it. And she may be going through the schooling for that, the law school stuff, too fast. She may need to slow down and really pour herself into learning all of the legal stuff at a slower pace, at a more dedicated pace, without so many distractions, in order to get the W, to get the win, to actually pass the bar. Because this Wheel of Fortune card in reverse indicates that she might fail again. There's a no here. Ultimately, it seems like it gave no. And I'll leave it there. I'll revisit the energy because things can always change. This is, again, just for the current energy, but for now, it seems like she has other priorities, and it's just a matter of her prioritizing the legal stuff in order for her to accomplish that goal and change the energy, turn that wheel of fortune around to the positive so that luck is on her side and she can actually accomplish her goal and pass the bar once she removes distractions, prioritizes it, and maybe approaches it from the heartfelt goal side of things instead of prioritizing the idea of it being something lucrative, something, something to do with her business ambitions with fame and fortune. So we will leave it there, and I bid you all a good night. I thank you all for joining me on this stream, for those of you that were here live, and for those of you that will see the VOD. I will, of course, chop this up very nicely for you all to be able to click on the timestamps, as well as eventually upload the separate clips for you guys to easily see and revisit in the future, because the fun part of these readings is going back to them after something happens to see, oh, that card was right, or whatever, whatever we may have missed in the cards, that it's like, oh, that's what that was saying. At least for me, that's part of the fun for me. But I just want to thank you all again, for those of you that have been on this journey with me through my first year of this channel. As I said at the beginning of this stream, this is my SHINE-IVERSARY. This is the first year that I have done this channel. It's been a lot of learning and growing and fine-tuning, but ultimately there is a lot of joy and a lot of potential here that I hope to continue to develop and share with you all. I thank you all again. Here's to another year of readings and tea and help and guidance. And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else as I scroll down. Correct, I do not. So with all of that, I wish you all a beautiful night. Actually, that's not what I wish you all. That's how drained I am. I'm just forgetting my usual farewell. Okay, so with that, I wish you all abundance and illumination. May divine light radiate through your life. Keep shining. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Wow, look at you. You stayed up late. Thanks. Bye. See you guys soon. Here's to another year. Happy New Year again. Bye.